Welcome to Cozy Sleepy Tales, a place where soft stories guide you into deep, magical sleep. Take a slow breath, let the day fade away, and allow this cozy world of gentle fantasy to carry you into rest. Your story begins now. The forest breathes in winter's embrace tonight. Snow falls in whispers, small flakes that drift and dance on invisible currents, landing soft as moth wings on dark pine branches. Each flake catches what little light remains in the sky, turning the air into a slow-moving constellation of white and silver. The world has grown quiet in that particular way it does when snow decides to stay a while, muffling even the memory of sound beneath its gentle weight. Lanterns hang from the lowest branches of ancient trees, swaying almost imperceptibly in the night breeze. Their glass is old, slightly frosted, and inside each one burns a small flame the color of honey and amber. These are not ordinary lights. They were placed here generations ago by hands that understood the language of forests, the need for warmth in dark places, the kindness of a single flame against the vastness of winter night. They cast pools of golden glow onto the snow below, making small circles of warmth that seem to pulse like heartbeats in the darkness. The wind moves through the pines with a voice like distant singing, like someone humming a lullaby in another room. It carries the scent of wood smoke from cottages hidden deeper in the forest, the clean, sharp sweetness of frozen sap, the mineral cold of snow that has fallen from a sky scrubbed clean by winter's hand. When the wind pauses, the silence that follows is so complete you can hear individual snowflakes landing on your coat, on the ground, on the sleeping world. In a small clearing where three paths meet and a circle of stones marks something forgotten but still sacred, the Lupino Místico opens his eyes. He is neither wolf nor dog, but something older, something that remembers when forests covered the world and magic was simply the way things were. His fur is the color of moonlight on water, silver and white, and palest blue, depending on how the light falls. His eyes are amber, warm and deep, holding centuries of quiet watching within them. Around his neck hangs a collar woven from winter vines and small silver bells that chime softly when he moves, a sound like ice cracking on a distant lake. The Lupino rises slowly, stretching in that languid way of creatures who move according to their own time. Never rushed, never hurried, he shakes the snow from his coat, and the droplets catch the lantern light as they fall, tiny stars returning briefly to earth. His breath forms clouds in the cold air, visible manifestations of life and warmth in the frozen night. He looks up. The sky above the forest is deep navy blue, that particular shade that appears only in the heart of winter when cold has clarified the air to crystal. Stars scatter across that darkness like salt spilled on dark cloth, familiar constellations holding their ancient positions. The moon hangs low and full, its face serene and distant. But something is missing. The Lupino tilts his head, ears swiveling forward. He has lived in this forest through countless winters, has watched the sky through seasons beyond counting, and he knows, the way old creatures know things, with a certainty that lives in bone and blood, that something essential has vanished from the heavens, the winter star. It should be there, directly above the tallest pine on the eastern ridge. It should burn brighter than all the others, a fixed point of brilliant blue-white light that marks the true arrival of winter, that guides travelers home, that holds some unnamed magic within its distant fire. Without it, the sky feels incomplete, like a song missing its final note, like a story that has forgotten its ending. The Lupino stands very still, considering this absence. There is no alarm in him, no fear. These emotions belong to younger, quicker-beating hearts. Instead, there is simply awareness, and beneath that, a gentle stirring of purpose. The old magic recognizes when it is needed, even before the mind fully understands why. Snow continues its patient fall. The lanterns continue their slow sway. The wind continues its wandering song through the pines. Everything appears unchanged, and yet the Lupino knows, has always known in the way guardians know, that when a star disappears, the world grows a little darker, a little colder, a little more forgetful of the warmth that keeps winter from becoming cruelty. He takes a step forward, his large paws sinking into fresh snow with a soft crunch that sounds loud in the stillness. Another step. The silver bells chime their quiet music. He begins to walk, not hurried but purposeful, following the path that leads toward the village, leaving behind him a trail of paw prints that the falling snow will slowly fill, slowly erase, until it will seem he was never there at all. The trees press close on either side of the path, their branches heavy with accumulated snow that occasionally falls in soft cascades, releasing small clouds of white that drift and resettle. The bark of the oldest trees is nearly black in the darkness, making them seem less like living things and more like the carved pillars of some vast natural cathedral. Icicles hang from twisted roots and low branches, catching the lantern light and throwing it back in rainbow fragments. As the Lupino walks, small creatures watch from hidden places. A family of rabbits, their fur winter white, huddle beneath a fallen log, eyes bright and curious. An owl shifts on its branch high above, its head turning to follow the passage of this old guardian. Even the mice in their snow tunnels pause in their endless searching for seeds and frozen berries, sensing something important in the night, though they could not say what. The path begins to descend, winding down toward lower ground where the forest thins and gives way to cleared land, to cultivated fields sleeping beneath their blanket of snow, to the village that has nestled at the forest's edge for more years than anyone remembers. The Lupino knows this path as well as he knows the rhythm of his own breathing. Every stone, every root, every place where water pools in spring and ice forms in winter. Ahead, through the dark lattice of bare branches and snow-laden evergreens, tiny lights begin to appear. Warm, yellow squares of window glow. The orange flicker of fires in hearths. The soft illumination of candles set on sills to guide loved ones home. The village is awake still, or perhaps already preparing for sleep. That peaceful hour when day has fully surrendered, and night wraps the world in its deep blue cloak. The Lupino pauses at the forest's edge, where the trees stop and the land opens. From here, he can see the whole village laid out below like a children's toy made real, like something from a story told beside a fire. Small cottages with steep roofs designed to shed snow, smoke rising in thin ribbons from stone chimneys, narrow lanes winding between buildings, tracks already filled with new fallen snow. A larger structure in the center, the gathering hall where light spills from every window and the sound of voices, laughter, and music drifts up the hill in fragments. But something is different here too. The lights seem dimmer than they should be. The warmth feels muted, as if filtered through something invisible but present. The magic that usually suffuses this place, subtle, gentle, but unmistakable, flickers like candles in an uncertain draft. The Lupino sits, his breath forming rhythmic clouds, and watches. He understands now what he has been called to do, though no voice has spoken, no message has arrived. The winter star has gone, and with its absence, the magic that sustains this gentle realm has begun to fade. Not dramatically, not dangerously. There is no threat here, no villain, no darkness to fight. Simply a slow dimming, like a fire that needs another log, like light that needs to be remembered. He rises again and begins his descent toward the village, toward the warmth and voices and firelight, knowing that this night will be longer than most, knowing that he will walk far before he sleeps again, knowing that somewhere in the vast winter darkness, a star waits to be found, to be reminded of its purpose, to be guided home. The snow falls, the wind sings, the old guardian walks through the frozen night, and the story, this soft, slow, gentle story, has truly begun. The village welcomes the Lupino the way it always does, with quiet recognition, with the comfortable ease of old friends who need no greeting beyond a glance, a nod, the simple acknowledgement of presence. He pads down the main lane, his paws leaving perfect prints in the fresh snow that covers the worn cobblestones beneath. On either side, cottages lean gently toward each other like elderly people sharing secrets. Their walls made of stone and timber that have weathered countless winters. Their roofs thick with thatch or slate, all buried now beneath layers of white that soften every edge, every corner, every sharp angle into curves and gentle slopes. The preparations for winter's deepest nights are visible everywhere. Wreaths hang on every door. Not elaborate decorations, but simple, honest things woven from pine branches and holly, from dried berries and winter herbs, tied with scraps of red fabric that have been saved and reused for generations. Some doors bear garlands of dried orange slices and cinnamon sticks, their spices still faintly perfuming the cold air. Others display small bundles of wheat and evergreen, symbols of hope for spring, reminders that even in the depth of winter, life continues, life persists. Candles glow in every window, placed there at dusk to guide travelers and to offer their small defiance against the early darkness. These are thick, hand-dipped candles that burn with steady flames, their wax dripping slowly down their sides in frozen rivers of pale gold. Behind them, through the wavy glass of old windows, the Lupino can see the warm interiors of homes, fires burning low in hearths, families gathered around tables, children already drowsy in their parents' arms, elderly folk sitting in chairs pulled close to the warmth, their faces lit by firelight and memory. But the light is not as bright as it should be. The Lupino notices this as he walks. The candles seem to struggle against some invisible resistance. The fires appear to give less warmth than their size suggests they should. Even the stars overhead, those that remain, shine with a dimmer quality, as if something has placed a thin veil between heaven and earth. Nothing substantial enough to be called darkness, but enough to be felt as absence. In the small square at the village center, preparations continue for the season's celebrations. A tall pine has been brought from the forest and erected in the traditional place, its branches spreading wide and full. Around its base, villagers have placed small offerings, bowls of grain for winter birds, baskets of pine cones dipped in fat for the squirrels, small cloth bags of nuts for any creature that might need them during the long, cold months. This is the way here. This understanding that celebration means including all beings, not just human ones, that winter requires generosity from those who have enough to share. The tree itself has been decorated with care and intention. Strings of dried berries wind through its branches, red winterberry and orange rose hips, creating spirals of color against the dark green needles. Small lanterns made from tin have been punched with star patterns and hung throughout the tree, candles burning inside them so that their light projects constellations onto the snow below. Ribbons of faded red and gold flutter gently in the night breeze, their cloth soft and worn from years of use, each one carrying the weight of past winters, past celebrations, past moments of warmth in dark times. Near the base of the tree, a small wooden manger has been set up, not as religious declaration but as story, as reminder of old tales about kindness shown in cold places, about hospitality offered to strangers, about birth and hope occurring in the most unlikely moments. The figures are simple, carved from wood by local hands, worn smooth by generations of handling. They depict travelers seeking shelter, animals offering warmth, a star overhead guiding the lost to safety. It is the universal story of winter, how we survive the darkness by caring for one another, by offering what little we have, by becoming light for others when the world goes dark. The Lupino sits at the edge of the square, his form blending with the shadows, and observes. Small creatures move through the village, not quite hidden, not quite visible. These are the magic folk, the ones who exist in the spaces between human understanding, who have lived here as long as the humans have, perhaps longer. A pair of hedge sprites, no taller than a child's hand, scurry along the top of a stone wall, their bodies composed of moss and twisted twig, their eyes bright as dewdrops. They're carrying something small and glowing, perhaps a seed, perhaps a captured fragment of starlight, taking it somewhere for safekeeping. A snow rabbit hops past, but this one leaves no tracks, and its fur seems to shift and shimmer in ways that real fur doesn't, becoming almost transparent at the edges, as if it exists partially in this world and partially in another. From the eaves of the gathering hall, a small creature peers down, perhaps bird, perhaps bat, perhaps something else entirely. Its wings folded close against its body, its eyes wide and luminous. It chirps softly, a sound like tiny bells, and several others answer from different rooftops, creating a brief constellation of gentle chimes that fade into the night. These magical beings seem subdued tonight. Their usual brightness has dimmed along with everything else. The hedge sprites move more slowly than usual, pausing often as if confused. The snow rabbit sits and shivers, though the cold has never bothered such creatures before. The small flying things huddle together for warmth they shouldn't need. The magic is weakening, not failing. There is no catastrophe here, no sudden collapse. Rather, it's like watching someone grow tired, watching energy slowly drain, watching light gradually fade as dawn approaches but in reverse, as if the world is slowly forgetting how to shine. Inside the gathering hall, voices rise in song, old winter melodies that speak of snow and stars, of fires and families, of surviving darkness together. The music drifts out through the open door in warm waves, visible almost if you know how to see such things, carrying with it the scent of mulled cider and honey cakes, of wood smoke and wool, of all the smells that mean safety and home. The Lupino rises and approaches the hall. As he nears the door, a figure emerges, an old woman wrapped in layers of shawls, her face creased with time and wisdom, her eyes still sharp and seeing. She is Morella, the village's eldest, the keeper of stories, the one who remembers when the trees were young. She sees the Lupino and is not surprised. She never is. "Old friend," she says quietly, her voice like wind through winter wheat. "You felt it too, then." The Lupino inclines his head, a gesture of confirmation, of shared understanding. Morella looks up at the sky, her breath forming small clouds. "The winter star," she whispers. "I noticed at dusk. I thought perhaps my old eyes were failing, but no, it's truly gone." They stand together in comfortable silence, woman and mystical creature, both guardians in their own way, both watchers of things others might not notice until too late. "The young ones don't understand yet," Morella continues. "They think the dimness is just winter settling deeper. But we know, don't we? We know that when that star disappears, more than light goes with it. Memory goes. Magic goes. The gentle warmth that keeps this place from becoming ordinary. That goes too, slowly, like water seeping into sand." The Lupino makes a soft sound, neither growl nor whimper, but something gentler, something like agreement mixed with determination. Morella reaches out and rests her weathered hand on his head, between his ears, her fingers finding the spot she has touched countless times before. "You'll go searching, won't you? You'll walk through the night and the cold and the vast darkness to bring it back. It is not a question. Go then, old friend. We'll keep the fires burning while you're gone. We'll remember the stories. We'll hold the magic that remains until you return with what's been lost." She pauses, then adds softly, "And you will return. You always do." The Lupino presses his head briefly against her hand. Gratitude, farewell, promise, then turns and begins walking back toward the forest edge. Behind him, Morella's voice rises in song, joining those inside the hall, adding her voice to the chorus that has sung these melodies through centuries of winters, through darkness and cold, through times when hope seemed as distant as morning. The path calls to him now, the one that leads deeper into the wilderness, toward places few remember, toward the old stones and the ancient trees, toward the mountain where sky and earth meet and stars are born. He knows where he must go, has always known, in the way that guardians know their purposes without needing to be told. The village lights, dim but persistent, glow behind him. The forest darkness, deep but welcoming, spreads before him. The snow continues its endless, and somewhere, patient far descent. Above in the vast winter sky, a star waits to be remembered, to be called home, to return and restore the gentle magic that keeps this world soft and kind. The Lupino walks on, and the night opens before him like a path through time itself. The forest accepts him without question, without hesitation, the way forests have always accepted those who walk with quiet hearts and clear purpose. The path beneath his paws becomes less defined here. No longer the well-trodden lane that connects village to village, but something older, something that exists more as suggestion than certainty. A gap between trees where passage is easiest, a slight depression in the ground where countless paws and feet have walked over countless years. A feeling more than a visible trail that says, this way, follow here. Snow falls more thickly away from the village's protection. Each flake is a small miracle of geometry, a tiny star made of ice that lives for only moments before joining its sisters in the vast white blanket that transforms the forest into something from a dream, from a memory of childhood, from a story told beside a fire on the darkest night of the year. The Lupino walks slowly, deliberately, his pace the rhythm of meditation, of prayer, of breath itself. Step, pause, step, pause. Each movement intentional, each placement of paw considered, though this consideration happens beyond thought, in the ancient part of the mind that knows how to walk through snow without breaking through the crust, how to move through darkness without stumbling, how to travel long distances by dividing them into single moments, single steps, one after another, until destination becomes inevitable. Around him, the trees stand in their winter stillness. These are old pines mostly, their trunks wide as cartwheels, their bark thick and deeply furrowed, holding within those grooves the history of storms and seasons, of years beyond counting. Their branches spread in dark fractals against the night sky, each one weighted with snow that has frozen into shapes like sleeping clouds, like resting birds, like small white mountains perched improbably in mid-air. The silence here is profound. Not the empty silence of absence, but the full silence of presence. The silence of a forest in winter holding its breath, conserving energy, dreaming of spring while remaining fully in this moment of cold and dark. It's a silence you can feel against your skin, can hear in your ears like the memory of sound, can taste at the back of your throat like snow and clean air and the mineral essence of frozen earth. But within that silence, small sounds persist. The whisper of falling snow as it moves through branches, lands on existing drifts, settles into its new position with a sigh almost too soft to register. The creak of wood as trees shift in the cold, their sap frozen, their trunks contracting in temperatures that would kill lesser plants. The occasional soft thump as accumulated snow finally overwhelms a branch and falls to the ground in a small cascade, releasing a tiny cloud of white that drifts and disperses on the still air. And the Lupino's own sounds, the rhythmic crunch of his paws breaking through the surface crust of snow, the quiet chime of the silver bells on his collar marking each movement like a slow clock, the sound of his breathing steady and deep, forming clouds that hang in the air behind him before dissipating into the dark. The light here is strange and beautiful. Though night has fully claimed the world, the snow itself seems to glow with a faint luminescence, perhaps reflecting the distant stars, perhaps holding some quality of its own. This creates an effect where the forest floor is brighter than the air, where walking feels like moving through layers of different darkness, where shadows behave in unexpected ways, pooling in the hollows between trees, climbing up trunks like dark water, spreading beneath low-hanging branches like ink spilled on white paper. The Lupino passes a fallen log, ancient and enormous, covered entirely in thick moss that has frozen into fantastic shapes. In summer, this log would house families of insects, would nurture young ferns, would slowly feed the soil as it returns to earth. But now it is a sculpture of ice and wood, a monument to the tree it once was, peaceful in its transformation, patient in its dissolution. Beyond the log, a small clearing opens, perhaps 20 paces across, perfectly circular as if designed by some careful hand. In its center stands a ring of stones, each one roughly the size of a human head, placed with obvious intention ages ago for purposes now forgotten. Snow has covered them, making them look like white mushrooms growing in a fairy ring, like small mountains in a tiny range, like the worn teeth of the earth itself. The Lupino pauses here, sensing something. Not danger. There is no danger in this forest tonight. No threat, no predator save the cold itself, and he is well suited to withstand that. Rather, he senses memory, history, the echo of old magic that lingers in places where it has been called upon regularly, where it has been honored and fed and kept alive through attention and ritual. He steps into the circle. Immediately, the quality of silence changes, becomes deeper, more complete. As if the stones create not just a physical boundary, but a temporal one, marking off a space where normal time doesn't quite apply, where the present moment stretches and expands to include fragments of past and possibility of future. In the center of the circle, where the snow is somehow less deep, a small symbol has been drawn or perhaps grown naturally in the earth. A star within a circle, worn smooth by time but still visible. The Lupino places his paw directly on this mark. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, so faint it might be imagination, a blue light pulses beneath the snow, traces the outline of the symbol, races around the circle of stones, and vanishes. The briefest flash of magic, like a heartbeat, like a reminder that power still sleeps here, waiting to be called upon, waiting to be needed. The Lupino lifts his paw and continues walking, leaving the clearing and its mysteries behind. The path, such as it is, leads upward now, following the contour of the land as it rises toward higher elevations, toward the mountains that form the northern boundary of the known world, toward the places where earth meets sky, and old legends still have weight. The trees begin to thin slightly, transitioning from the dense pine forest to mixed groves where naked birches stand like pale ghosts among the evergreens, their white bark seeming to glow in the darkness, their branches reaching upward in attitudes of supplication or celebration or simple existence. Between these trees, the wind can move more freely, and it does so now, bringing with it the scent of distant ice, of snow that has never been touched, of air so cold and pure it tastes like medicine, like prayer, like truth. The Lupino's fur ruffles in that wind, lifting slightly, then settling back down. His eyes narrow slightly against the cold, but he doesn't slow, doesn't pause, doesn't doubt. This is his purpose tonight: to walk, to climb, to search, to remember what others have forgotten, and seeker both, protector and pilgrim, the one who ventures into darkness so that others may remain in light. Snow continues to fall, has been falling, will continue to fall. This is winter's gift and burden both. Endless snow, patient snow, snow that buries and preserves, that conceals and reveals, that transforms the world into a blank page where every track tells a story, where every mark means something. And the Lupino walks on, his story written in paw prints that the falling snow will slowly erase, slowly fill, until it seems he was never there at all, until his passage becomes legend, becomes memory, becomes one more tale told beside fires on winter nights when people speak of old magic and ancient guardians, and the mysterious ways the world takes care of itself when allowed to do so. The forest breathes around him. The snow falls. The darkness holds everything gently. And somewhere ahead, growing closer with each step, each moment, each measure of determined progress, a destination awaits. A lake, a bridge, a place where water has frozen and time has paused, where the next part of this gentle quest will unfold in its own way, in its own time, with the patient inevitability of snow falling, of night passing, of stars remembering their places in the vast winter sky. The forest opens without warning, without transition, the way dreams shift from one scene to another. Suddenly, the trees simply end, and before the Lupino spreads a vast expanse of white that gleams in the starlight like polished silver, like a mirror laid flat against the earth, like a window into some other realm where everything exists in shades of blue and white and silver gray. The lake. It stretches perhaps 1,000 paces across, maybe more. Distances are difficult to judge in darkness and snow when every landmark is softened and every boundary blurred. In summer, this lake is deep and cold, fed by mountain streams that tumble down from the heights, home to fish that glint like copper in the clear water, surrounded by reeds where herons stand motionless as statues, and dragonflies dance in the warm air. But now, in winter's deepest grip, the lake has become something else entirely. The ice is thick, several hands deep at least, formed layer by patient layer as autumn surrendered to winter, as the water's surface first glazed over with fragile crystals, then thickened, then solidified into this vast sheet of frozen water that could support the weight of a dozen travelers, a cart, a family of deer crossing from one shore to another. The surface is not perfectly smooth. Where the water froze while ripples still moved across it, those waves have been captured mid-motion, frozen in place, creating a landscape of tiny ridges and valleys that catch the faint light and throw shadows barely darker than the ice itself. In some places, cracks have formed. Not dangerous breaks, but the natural expansion and contraction of ice responding to temperature changes. And these cracks spread across the surface like dark lightning, like veins in marble, like the branching of winter trees reflected and made permanent. Snow covers much of the ice, but not all. The wind that moves freely across this open space has swept areas clean, revealing the ice beneath, clear and dark and impossibly deep. Looking down through these clear sections is like looking into the night sky itself, into a void where light cannot reach, where fish sleep in slow motion and weeds sway in currents that barely move, where the summer world continues in a dream of cold and stillness. The Lupino steps onto the ice carefully, testing his weight. His claws make small scratching sounds against the surface, tiny protests of friction, small conversations between claw and ice. He can feel the solidity beneath him, the absolute frozen certainty of water that has forgotten how to flow, how to move, how to be anything other than this still, perfect sheet. He begins to walk across the lake. The sensation is strange, even for one who has crossed this lake countless times. There is something unsettling about walking on water, even frozen water, even water so solid it seems more like stone. Something in the ancient mind whispers warnings. Water is for swimming, for drinking, for watching flow past, but not for walking upon. But the ice holds firm, and the Lupino continues, his pace steady, his breath forming clouds that stream behind him like small ghosts marking his passage. The wind is stronger here with no trees to break its force. It moves across the ice in visible currents, pushing loose snow into swirling patterns that dance and reform and dance again. The temperature drops further. Out here in the open, away from the forest's slight shelter, the cold is more pronounced, more immediate, more honest about its intention to numb and freeze and preserve everything in stillness. Above, the stars burn with that particular intensity they achieve on the coldest nights, when the air is so clear that nothing stands between earth and heaven, when light travels unimpeded from distant suns to mortal eyes. The constellations are clear tonight. The hunter, the bear, the swan, the dragon, all the old patterns that humans and other beings have found in the random scatter of stars, imposing meaning and story on chaos, creating narrative from accident. But the winter star, the one that should burn brightest, the one that marks the season and guides the lost, remains absent. Its place in the sky is empty, a gap among the stars like a missing tooth, like a word forgotten in the middle of a sentence, like a note left unplayed in a familiar melody. The Lupino pauses in the center of the lake, equidistant from all shores, surrounded by vastness and ice and cold wind. He sits, his tail wrapping around his paws for warmth, and looks upward, studying the sky with ancient eyes that have seen many winters, many stars, many mysteries, both solved and unsolved. And as he looks, he begins to notice something. There, in the ice beneath him, visible through a clear patch where wind has swept the snow away, small lights flicker. Tiny points of brilliance, like stars reflected, but the angle is wrong for reflection, and they pulse with their own rhythm, their own interior life. The Lupino stands and moves to look more closely, pressing his face near the ice, his breath fogging the surface. The lights are embedded somehow in the ice itself, frozen within it. Small fragments of luminescence, perhaps the size of grains of sand, perhaps smaller, scattered throughout the depth of frozen water like constellations, like memories, like pieces of something larger that has broken apart and been preserved here in this cold archive. He recognizes them suddenly, with the certainty of old knowledge rising to consciousness. These are fragments of starlight, actual pieces of celestial fire that have somehow fallen and been caught, frozen, held in place by the lake's winter transformation. They are remnants, perhaps, of the winter star itself, echoes of its presence, small proofs that it existed, that it was here, that its light touched this place before vanishing. The Lupino understands now. The lake has caught and kept these fragments, has become a keeper of memories, a holder of light. In summer, when the ice melts, these tiny stars will be released back into the water, will disperse and dissolve. Their magic returned to the world in forms too subtle to track. But for now, they remain visible, accessible, evidence of what has been lost. He lifts his head and looks toward the far shore, where through the darkness and falling snow, he can just barely perceive a structure, a bridge, ancient and made of wood that has weathered to silver gray, that crosses a narrow channel where a stream feeds into the lake even in winter, where open water persists in a small ribbon of darkness against the surrounding ice. The bridge is his destination now. He knows this without knowing how he knows, following instinct and purpose that run deeper than thought. The bridge is old, older than the village, older than the current trees, old enough that its construction is lost to memory and its purpose forgotten by all, except those few who still walk the old paths and remember the old ways. The Lupino crosses the remaining distance to the far shore, his paws finding purchase on ice that grows thinner near the edge, that cracks and complains but holds. He reaches the bank where snow-covered rocks mark the transition from lake to land, where frozen reeds stand in brittle rows like sentinels, like witnesses to countless seasons of freezing and thawing. The bridge rises before him, spanning perhaps 20 paces across the stream that even now moves beneath a ceiling of ice, its water dark and swift, refusing to freeze despite the cold, fed by springs that rise from deep in the earth where warmth persists, where ancient heat still radiates upward through stone and soil. The bridge's boards are worn smooth by weather and time. Snow has accumulated on its railings, creating thick ridges of white that glow faintly in the starlight. The structure groans softly in the wind. Not alarming sounds, not the protest of failure, but the comfortable complaints of old wood that has stood long and expects to stand longer, that knows its purpose and fulfills it without drama or pretense. The Lupino steps onto the bridge and immediately feels the difference. The wood has absorbed and held some measure of warmth from the flowing water beneath, is marginally less cold than the surrounding ice and snow. Each plank creaks slightly under his weight, small sounds like whispered conversations, like the bridge acknowledging his passage, accepting his presence. Halfway across, he pauses and looks down through gaps in the boards. The water below moves quickly, black and mysterious, carrying fragments of ice that spin and tumble in the current. The sound is soothing, the burble and rush of water in motion, the ancient sound of flow and change, of movement persisting despite cold's attempt to still everything. Something catches his eye in the water, a flash of deeper darkness, a movement too purposeful to be random current. He watches closely. There, again, a shadow moving upstream against the flow, long and sinuous, too large to be a fish, too deliberate to be debris. The water spirit. She surfaces briefly, just her head breaking the surface tension, just her eyes visible above the waterline. She is beautiful in the way that dangerous things are beautiful, in the way that ancient things are beautiful, not by human standards, but by her own, with features that seem half-formed, half-suggested, more idea than substance. Her hair streams behind her like weeds, like water itself made into strands that flow and merge and separate. Her eyes are deep pools of darkness within darkness, holding depths that go down and down forever. She sees the Lupino and smiles, a gesture that means nothing in human terms, that carries no warmth or malice but simply is. She has been here since water first filled this channel, since the earth first folded and created this valley, since before memory began. She will be here after all current stories have ended and been forgotten. She is neither friend nor enemy, neither helpful nor harmful, but simply present, eternal, witness to all that passes but involved in none of it. The Lupino inclines his head in recognition, in respect, in acknowledgement of her existence and her territory. She tilts her head in response, a movement like water pouring, and then she is gone. Submerged again, returned to her depths, her presence marked only by ripples that spread across the surface and quickly dissipate. The bridge groans again, this time perhaps with something like approval. Even structures can recognize when proper respect is shown to the spirits that dwell nearby, when old protocols are followed, when the ways that have always worked are remembered and honored. The Lupino continues across the bridge, reaching the far bank where the path resumes, climbing now more steeply, heading toward higher ground, toward the next stage of this journey. Behind him, the lake spreads vast and frozen, holding its secrets and its fragments of captured starlight. Before him, the forest closes in again, darker here, older, the trees more gnarled and strange. He pauses to shake the snow from his coat, to adjust his pace for the steeper terrain ahead. The bells on his collar chime softly, a sound like reassurance, like encouragement, like small voices saying, "Continue, continue, you're on the right path. The star waits ahead, patient and eternal, ready to be found, ready to return, ready to restore the light that has been lost." And so he continues, leaving the lake behind, crossing into new territory, climbing toward revelation that awaits in its own time, at its own pace, with the inevitability of dawn, of spring, of all things that leave and return, that fade and brighten, that move in cycles too large to see from within, but perfect when viewed from the distance of ages, of stars, of the long, slow turning of the cosmos itself. The path climbs steadily now, winding between trees that grow increasingly ancient, increasingly strange, their trunks twisted by centuries of wind and weather into shapes that seem almost intentional, almost purposeful, forms that suggest faces, hands, creatures frozen mid-motion, stories written in bark and grain. The snow falls more lightly here, filtered by the dense canopy overhead even in winter, even with many branches bare. What does fall creates a thin, powdery layer that sparkles faintly, catching whatever small light penetrates this deep forest, transforming the ground into something like crushed diamonds, like sugar, like stardust settled to earth. The Lupino's breathing grows slightly heavier with the climb, small clouds of vapor marking each exhalation. His paws find purchase on exposed roots and buried stones, following a trail that few would recognize as a trail at all, more a suggestion of passage, a memory of direction kept alive through occasional use by those who still remember, who still walk the old ways, who still seek the old places. And then, without ceremony or announcement, the trees part slightly, and before him stands a structure so unexpected, so perfectly placed, that it seems less built than grown, less constructed than simply revealed, as if it had always been there and only now had he learned how to see it. The library. It is not large, perhaps the size of a modest cottage, perhaps smaller. Its walls are not walls in the traditional sense, but rather living trees that have been guided, encouraged, gently persuaded over decades or centuries to grow together, their trunks forming a circle, their branches weaving overhead to create a natural roof. Where gaps remain between the living wood, panels of bark and woven branches have been carefully placed, sealed with moss and mud that has frozen solid, creating a structure that is both building and forest, both architecture and nature. Impossible to say where one ends and the other begins. The entrance is an arch formed by two trees that have grown toward each other, their trunks bending gradually over years to meet overhead, creating a doorway that requires no door, that is always open and always welcoming to those who know how to find this place, who remember that it exists. Small windows puncture the walls at irregular intervals, not glass, but thin sheets of ice that have been carefully harvested and placed, that allow light to pass through in diffused, gentle waves, that create a quality of illumination inside that must be soft and dreamlike, perfect for reading, for thinking, for the slow contemplation of old texts and older wisdom. From somewhere inside, light glows, warm and golden and inviting. Not firelight exactly, though it has that quality. Not candlelight precisely, though it flickers with similar gentleness. Perhaps some other source, some magic light that requires no fuel, no tending, that simply exists because this place needs light, and therefore light is provided. The Lupino approaches slowly, respectfully. This is a sacred place, not in any religious sense, but in the deeper meaning of sacred. A place set apart, a place dedicated to purpose, a place where the ordinary world and something else meet and merge and create a space where different rules apply, where time moves differently, where knowledge lives and breathes and waits to be discovered. He steps through the entrance. The interior is exactly as he remembered and entirely different, the way memory always is, accurate in essence, transformed in detail. The space is circular, following the ring of trees that form its walls. The floor is earth, packed hard by centuries of footsteps, covered now with woven mats made from dried grasses and rushes, soft enough for comfort, firm enough for walking. The books line every available surface. They are not kept on shelves in any organized way, but rather arranged organically, stacked in columns that rise from floor to ceiling, lined along natural ledges formed by knot and burls in the living wood walls, tucked into hollows and crevices, balanced in impossible towers that somehow remain stable despite looking as if a breath would topple them. These are not ordinary books. Their covers are made from bark and leather, from cloth woven from plant fibers, from thin sheets of wood that have been carefully pressed and bound. Their pages are not paper in the modern sense, but rather everything that humans and others have found to write upon. Dried leaves inscribed with berry ink, smooth stones painted with careful symbols, sheets of birch bark covered in tiny scratching marks, even thin slices of ice that have been engraved and frozen with the text somehow permanently preserved in their crystalline structure. The subjects are what you would expect in a library that exists outside normal geography, outside normal time. Compendiums of plant knowledge, guides to reading weather and season, maps of territories both physical and spiritual, catalogs of stars and their meanings, collections of stories and songs, philosophical treatises on the nature of magic and reality, historical accounts of events long forgotten by everyone except those who remember, technical manuals for crafts that no longer exist, poetry written in languages no longer spoken. In the center of the space, a single chair sits, carved from a massive piece of wood, worn smooth by countless sitters, positioned perfectly to catch the warm light that seems to emanate from the walls themselves, from the books themselves, from the air itself. And hanging from the ceiling on fine silver chains, wind chimes made from various materials drift and turn in currents of air, too subtle to feel but strong enough to move them. Tiny bells, hollow reeds, pieces of shaped glass, thin slices of metal, each one producing a different note when struck, creating together a constant, ever-changing melody that is almost below the threshold of hearing, more felt than heard, a vibrational presence that soothes and centers and creates a mental space perfect for study for learning, for the slow absorption of knowledge. The Lupino moves further into the space, his paws silent on the woven mats. He can feel the age here, the accumulated weight of all the thoughts that have been thought within these walls, all the reading and writing and contemplation that has occurred over the long years, all the seekers who have come with questions and left with answers, or at least with better questions, which is sometimes the same thing. He knows what he seeks. Not specifically, he cannot name the book or the exact knowledge, but he knows the shape of what he needs, knows that somewhere in this collection exists information about the winter star, about its nature and purpose, about what makes it appear and what makes it vanish, about how to call it back from wherever stars go when they leave the sky. He begins to search, not frantically but methodically, moving between the stacks, his nose near the spines, sniffing for something he will recognize when he finds it. Old magic has a scent. Knowledge has a presence. Truth leaves traces that those trained to notice can perceive. Time passes strangely here. Minutes might be hours. Hours might be minutes. The light never changes. The wind chimes continue their gentle symphony. The warmth remains constant. It's impossible to tell if he has been searching for moments or days or something in between. And then, in a corner where 3 trees have grown so close their trunks have partially merged, in a hollow formed by their union, on a small natural shelf, he finds it. The book is small, barely larger than his paw. Its cover is made from some material he cannot identify. Not bark, not leather, not cloth, but something that holds qualities of all 3. It is the color of deep twilight, that particular shade of blue that appears just before full dark, when the last light is fading but darkness has not yet claimed victory. No title marks the cover. No author is credited. But when he touches his nose to it, he knows this is what he sought. It smells of winter and stars, of cold fire and distant light, of the space between earth and heaven where magic lives and breathes. He uses his mouth to carefully extract the book from its resting place, then carries it to the central chair. He cannot sit as a human would, but he arranges himself beside the chair, the book placed on its seat at a height where he can see it clearly. The cover opens without resistance, as if it has been waiting for this moment, for this reader, for this exact question to be asked. The pages inside are not numbered, not organized in any obvious way. Text appears in various scripts. Some he recognizes, some completely foreign. Illustrations fill margins and full pages. Diagrams of celestial mechanics, drawings of stars and their movements. Symbols whose meanings are lost or hidden or waiting to be remembered. He finds the relevant passage not by searching, but by allowing the book to fall open where it will, trusting the old magic that inhabits such texts, that guides seekers to what they need rather than what they think they want. The text is in a script he can read, though he cannot say how he knows this language or when he learned it. Perhaps knowledge exists in him from previous lives, previous forms, previous iterations of himself in the long chain of being that connects all guardians across time. Perhaps the library itself teaches him as he reads, inserting understanding directly into his mind. Perhaps the book was written specifically for him and has been waiting here for centuries for this exact night, this exact moment, this exact need. The passage speaks of the winter star, not its true name, which is unspeakable in mortal tongues, but its purpose and nature. The winter star is not a star at all, but a memory of fire, a promise of return, a beacon that marks the boundary between light's reign and darkness's dream. It appears when the world remembers warmth even in cold's depths, when beings hold hope through the longest night, when magic finds enough belief to manifest in visible form. The star does not shine on its own, but reflects the collective light of all gentle hearts, all kind thoughts, all warm moments of connection and care. When those fade, not through malice but through forgetting, through inattention, through the slow drift toward isolation that cold brings, the star dims and withdraws, not dying but waiting, patient and eternal, for the conditions that allow its return. To call the star back requires not power but presence, not force but faith. A guardian must journey to the summit of dawn, to the altar where sky touches earth, where the first light of creation still lingers in the stones. There, the guardian must remember, not their own memories, but the collective memory of all winters survived, all darkness endured, all light preserved through difficult times. The star will hear that remembering. The star will recognize its purpose reflected in the guardian's heart. And the star will return, not because it must, but because it chooses to, drawn by the promise that it is needed, that it is wanted, that its light matters and makes difference in the dark world below. The Lupino reads this passage 3 times, letting each word settle into understanding, feeling the truth of it resonate in some deep place where knowledge and instinct merge. He understands now. The winter star has not been stolen or destroyed or lost through accident. It has simply forgotten itself, forgotten why it shines, forgotten that its light is wanted and needed. And he, old guardian, walker of night paths, keeper of forgotten ways, he must climb to the summit of dawn, to the ancient altar, and through his presence, through his remembering, call the star back to itself, remind it of its purpose, restore it to the sky. The task is clear. The path is known. The destination is named. The Lupino carefully closes the book and returns it to its hollow, tucking it gently back into place where it will wait for the next seeker, the next question, the next moment when old knowledge is needed to solve new problems. He turns toward the entrance, toward the arch of living trees, toward the path that leads upward, always upward, toward the mountain's peak where earth and sky meet, and stars remember their names. As he passes through the doorway, he pauses and looks back once. The library seems to pulse with a single beat of warm light. Acknowledgement, perhaps, encouragement, blessing. The wind chimes sing a brief, clear chord that resolves into satisfaction, into completion, into the musical equivalent of go well, go safely, return when you can. And then he is outside again, in the snow and darkness, the library already fading behind him, becoming less visible, less certain, until it seems more dream than reality, more memory than place, though he knows it remains exactly where it has always been, waiting for the next seeker, the next question, the next moment of need. The path continues upward. The night continues its patient progression. The quest continues its slow unfolding. And the Lupino walks on, carrying now not just instinct and purpose but understanding. A map of what must be done written not on paper but in the chambers of his ancient heart, where all important knowledge lives, where all true guidance dwells, where the light that matters most shines steady and eternal, waiting to be shared. waiting to be given, waiting to call other lights home. The path descends briefly before resuming its climb, following the natural contours of the mountain's lower slopes, winding through a grove of silver birches, whose white bark seems to glow from within, whose branches create intricate shadows on the snow like lacework, like delicate script written in darkness and light. The Lupino moves with renewed purpose now, his stride steady and determined, but not hurried. He knows where he must go, the summit of dawn, the ancient altar, the place where sky and earth remember their first meeting. But he also knows the wisdom of patience, the necessity of rest, the importance of gathering strength before attempting the final ascent. And so, when he sees the warm glow ahead, filtering through the trees in shades of amber and gold, he does not resist its pull, but allows himself to be drawn toward it, knowing that some stops along the way are not delays, but essential parts of the journey itself, that rest is not weakness but wisdom, that even guardians need moments of warmth and company before facing the cold heights. The tavern appears gradually, revealed piece by piece as he navigates the final trees. First, a corner of stone wall, then a steeply pitched roof heavy with snow, then a door of dark wood bound with iron, then windows glowing with the unmistakable warmth of fires and fellowship, of shelter from the winter night. The building is old but well maintained, built from local stone and timber that has weathered to a soft gray. Its proportions are pleasing without being remarkable. 2 stories tall, broad enough for a generous common room and kitchen on the ground floor. Sleeping chambers above for travelers who need rest, who need sanctuary, who need a place to pause between departure and arrival. A sign hangs above the door, swaying slightly in the mountain breeze. The wood is dark and worn, the painted letters faded but still legible. The lanterns rest. Below the name, an illustration. A simple lantern with rays of light spreading outward, welcoming all who approach, promising warmth and safety to those who enter. Smoke rises from 2 chimneys, thin ribbons of gray and white that climb into the night sky before dispersing, carrying with them the sense of burning wood, of cooking food, of all the smells that mean home and comfort to weary travelers. The Lupino approaches the door and finds it slightly ajar, as if expecting him, as if those inside knew he would come and have left the entrance open in welcome. He pushes it wider with his nose and steps inside. Warmth embraces him immediately, a physical presence of heat that seems to wrap around him like a blanket, like an embrace, like the opposite of the cold that has been his companion all night. The change is so sudden, so complete, that he pauses just inside the threshold, allowing his body to adjust, feeling his muscles begin to relax, feeling ice that has formed on his fur begin to melt and drip, feeling sensation return to his paws and nose and ears. The common room opens before him, larger inside than the exterior suggested, as such places often are when magic is involved, when ordinary architecture is supplemented by something older, something that understands that physical space and experienced space are not always the same thing. A fire burns in an enormous hearth that dominates one wall. Not a small contained fire, but a proper blaze, built from massive logs that will burn through the night and into the next day, that radiates heat in waves powerful enough to feel across the entire room. The flames dance in shades of orange and yellow and blue at the base, casting shadows that move and merge on the walls, creating patterns that almost seem intentional, almost seem to tell stories, to depict scenes of past winters, past travelers, past moments of warmth snatched from cold's grip. Tables and chairs fill the room in organic arrangement, not rows or rigid patterns, but clusters that invite conversation, that create pockets of intimacy within the larger space, that allow for both solitude and company depending on where one chooses to sit. The furniture is worn smooth by years of use, the wood dark with age and oil from countless hands, the surfaces bearing the small marks and stains that come with active life. Cup rings, knife scratches, burn marks from pipes and candles, all the accumulated evidence of meals shared and stories told and friendships formed. The floor is flagstone, covered in places by woven rugs that add warmth and color. Deep reds and rich browns and forest greens, patterns that suggest leaves and vines, and abstract representations of seasonal changes. Rushes have been scattered in corners and along walls, releasing a faint herbal scent when stepped on. Lavender and dried mint, and something else. Some plant whose name is lost but whose essence remains, creating an atmosphere of cleanliness and care. From the ceiling hang bundles of dried herbs and flowers, practical storage but also decoration, also magic of a sort, protection against illness and bad fortune, blessing for all who pass beneath them. They spin slowly in the warm air currents created by the fire, their shadows flickering on the plaster above. Their presence a reminder that even in deepest winter, summer existed, will exist again, leaves memory in dried form to sustain through the dark months. And everywhere, on tables, in wall sconces, hanging from beams, placed on shelves, candles burn. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, creating a constellation of small flames that supplement the fire's light, that reach into corners the firelight cannot touch, that fill the room with gentle illumination that seems to embrace rather than expose, that creates an atmosphere of peace and security, of sanctuary from the dark world outside. The patrons are varied and strange and wonderful. At a table near the fire, 3 foxes sit on chairs too large for them, their tails wrapped around their paws for added warmth, their pointed faces lit by the flames. They are drinking something steaming from small wooden cups, conversing in voices too low to hear, punctuated by the occasional bark of laughter that is both fox sound and something more human, something that exists in the space between animal and person, nature and culture. In a corner booth, partially hidden by shadows and the smoke from a pipe that seems to light itself periodically, an old badger rests, his snout gray with age, his eyes nearly closed but not quite sleeping, watching the room with the patience of one who has seen many winters and expects to see many more, who knows that interesting things happen when you sit still long enough and observe. At the bar, a long stretch of polished wood that runs the length of one wall, a pair of snow rabbits perch on high stools, their ears alert, their white fur spotless even in this environment. They are nibbling something from small plates, vegetables perhaps, or bread, or some delicacy known only to rabbits who frequent magical taverns on winter nights. Behind the bar moves the innkeeper, a woman of indeterminate age, with the kind of face that could be 30 or 60 depending on the light and the moment, with hands that speak of work and care, with eyes that miss nothing but judge little. She is human, or was once, though living for years in a place where magic is common and animals speak changes a person in subtle ways, makes them more themselves, more clear, more true to whatever essence lies beneath the surface of personality and habit. She sees the Lupino enter and smiles. Not surprise, not alarm, simply welcome, acknowledgement. The greeting given to a regular customer even if they haven't visited in years. The recognition of one who belongs here regardless of form or species. "Old friend," she says, her voice warm and low, carrying clearly across the room despite the noise of conversation and crackling fire. "It's been some time. Come in, come in. Don't stand there letting the cold in. The fire's hot, and there's soup fresh in the pot." The Lupino moves further into the room, and several patrons look up, acknowledge him with nods or raised cups, with the casual greeting given between travelers who recognize each other as members of the same tribe. Those who walk at night, those who follow old paths, those who still remember there's more to the world than what daylight shows. A small dragon, barely larger than a cat, with scales that shimmer between green and blue depending on the angle, uncurls from its position on the hearthstones and approaches, moving with the liquid grace of reptiles, its wings folded close to its body. It chirps a greeting, a sound like small bells mixed with hissing steam, then returns to its warm spot, satisfied that protocol has been observed, that respect has been shown. The Lupino moves to a space near the fire where thick blankets have been laid on the floor, a traditional spot for four-legged guests who cannot easily use chairs and tables. He settles himself on this soft surface, feeling the warmth of the fire on his side, feeling his muscles begin to truly relax for the first time since leaving the village. The innkeeper brings him a large wooden bowl, rough carved but smooth from use, wide and shallow. Inside, soup steams, rich and thick, full of vegetables and herbs and something that might be meat or might be mushrooms, or might be something else entirely, something that only grows in enchanted forests, or appears in magical kitchens when needed most. "Eat," she says simply, placing the bowl where he can reach it easily. "You look like you've been walking a long road, and you look like you're facing a longer one still." The Lupino laps at the soup, not elegant, not refined, but honest and necessary. The taste is extraordinary, layers of flavor that reveal themselves one by one, warmth that spreads not just through his body, but through something deeper, something that isn't quite physical. This is more than food. It's sustenance in the magical sense, nourishment for body and spirit both, strength given freely to one who will need it in the trials ahead. As he eats, the sounds of the tavern wash over him. Conversation in multiple languages and dialects, some human speech, some animal sounds that carry meaning beyond simple noise, some form of communication that exists between words and underneath them. Laughter rises and falls. Someone in a far corner plays a small harp, fingers plucking out a melody that seems to capture the essence of winter itself. Beautiful and cold, and somehow comforting in its familiarity. The innkeeper returns with a second bowl, this one filled with clean snow water, cold and pure, perfect for quenching thirst. She sits on a stool nearby, watching him with the easy silence of those who are comfortable with quiet, who don't need to fill every moment with words. After a time, she speaks. "You're hunting the winter star." It is not a question. The Lupino raises his head from the water bowl and looks at her. Confirmation passes between them without words. She nods slowly. "We've felt it here, the dimming. The way the candles need more tending, the way the fire doesn't warm quite as well, the way shadows seem heavier. Nothing terrible, nothing immediate, but like a fever starting, like a wound before it opens fully. A decline so gradual you barely notice it happening until you realize how much has been lost. She gestures around the room. They don't understand it fully yet. My guests, my patrons, they feel something but cannot name it. They drink more, seeking warmth. They stay longer, reluctant to face the cold outside. They tell sadder stories, remember harder times. The winter star's absence affects more than just light. It affects hope, memory, the sense that winter is temporary and spring will return. The Lupino listens, understanding. The star is not merely decoration, not simply a bright point in the sky. It is symbol and source both, representing and creating the qualities it embodies: hope, guidance, the promise of light even in darkness, the assurance that cold is not forever, that warmth persists even when hidden. The summit of dawn, the innkeeper continues. That's where you're headed. It's a hard climb, especially in winter, especially at night. But you know that. You've always known that. Guardians don't get easy tasks. If they were easy, they wouldn't need guardians. She stands and moves to the bar, returns with something small wrapped in cloth. "Take this," she says, placing it beside his water bowl. "For the climb, for the cold, for the moment when you need something to remind you why you're climbing at all." The Lupino noses the bundle open. Inside, a small cake, dense and dark, rich with spices and dried fruit, made with honey and nuts and other ingredients whose names he doesn't know. The scent alone is warming, carrying memories of celebration, of special occasions, of love baked into food and shared with those you care for. "My grandmother's recipe," the innkeeper says softly. "Made it for winter solstice every year. Told me it contained captured sunlight, preserved warmth, all the good things about summer stored in cake form to help us through the dark months. I don't know if that's true or just a nice story, but I do know that everyone who eats it feels better, feels stronger, feels more able to face whatever comes next." The Lupino carefully takes the bundle in his mouth, tasting even through the cloth the magic contained within, the care and intention baked into every particle. This is a gift beyond value, not because of its material worth, but because of what it represents. Belief in his mission, support for his journey, connection and care from one who tends the light to one who seeks it. The innkeeper scratches behind his ears gently, finding the spot that all canines treasure, that releases tension and brings comfort. "Rest a while longer," she says. "The mountain will still be there when you're ready. The star will still be waiting. Take what warmth you can now. You'll need it before this night ends." And so the Lupino stays, allowing himself this interlude, this pause in the quest. Around him, the tavern continues its gentle business. The fire burns, the candles flicker, the patrons talk and drink and find companionship in the long winter night. Music plays, stories are told, laughter rises and fades, and rises again. This is what he fights for, what he climbs toward, what he seeks to restore. Not grand abstractions, not philosophical principles, but this: warmth and companionship, food and shelter, the small kindnesses that make life bearable, that transform survival into something richer, that create meaning in the face of cold and darkness and the vast indifferent universe beyond the door. Time passes in that elastic way it does in such places. Could be an hour, could be many, impossible to say, and not particularly important. Eventually, the Lupino rises, feeling restored, feeling ready, knowing that he has lingered as long as he should, that the mountain calls, that duty resumes. The innkeeper walks him to the door. Other patrons call farewells. Safe journey. Come back soon. May your paws find firm ground. Voices of encouragement from those who cannot make this climb themselves, but can offer support to one who does. At the threshold, the innkeeper places a hand on his head one final time. Bring it back, she says simply. Bring the star back. Not for glory or praise. You don't care about those things. But for us, for all of us who need its light, who depend on the hope it represents, who want our children to grow up in a world where stars keep their promises and guardians walk the night and magic persists despite all the forces that would see it fade. The Lupino steps out into the night. The cold hits him immediately, shocking after the tavern's warmth, harsh and uncompromising. But he is ready now, prepared, carrying within him not just physical warmth from food and fire, but something more intangible: encouragement, belief, the strength that comes from knowing others care about your success, that your mission matters beyond yourself. He turns and looks back once. The tavern glows like a star itself in the darkness, promising warmth to all who seek it, standing as proof that light persists, that shelter exists, that even in winter's deepest grip, places of safety and comfort can be found and maintained through care and intention, and the simple decision to keep fires burning and doors open. Then he turns toward the mountain, toward the dark mass that rises against the slightly less dark sky, toward the slopes that lead to the summit, to the altar, to the place where stars remember themselves and guardians complete their quests. The path leads upward. The night continues. The snow falls, and the Lupino climbs. The mountain reveals itself gradually, piece by piece, like a secret being slowly shared. First as a darkness against darkness, then as a suggestion of mass and height, finally as an undeniable presence, ancient and massive, and utterly indifferent to the small creature beginning the long climb up its slopes. The path here is less defined than it was in the forest, less certain, less forgiving. The trees have thinned to scattered clusters of hardy pines that cling to sheltered hollows, their branches permanently bent by winds that blow constantly at these elevations, their roots finding purchase in cracks in the stone, in small deposits of soil that collect in depressions, in any place where life can gain the smallest foothold. The ground beneath the Lupino's paws changes character. Less soil, more stone, the bones of the mountain itself beginning to show through the skin of earth and vegetation. Ice coats every surface, formed not from fallen snow but from moisture in the air that freezes on contact with the perpetually cold rock, building up in layers, creating a glaze that makes every step treacherous, that requires careful placement of each paw, constant attention to balance and weight distribution. The wind strengthens with every upward step. Down in the village it was gentle, almost friendly, a presence you could stand in without difficulty. Here it becomes forceful, aggressive in its indifference, pushing and pulling, changing direction without warning, strong enough to stagger even a creature as sturdy as the Lupino, to make him pause and brace himself against its power. The temperature drops further. Cold at the village level, frigid at the forest level, it becomes something else entirely here. A cold that goes beyond discomfort into the realm of danger, of genuine threat. The kind of cold that can stop hearts and freeze breath in lungs, that kills not through malice but through simple physical reality, through the fact that bodies are warm things, trying to persist in an environment that knows nothing of warmth, that exists in a state of near absolute stillness where heat itself becomes a foreign concept. But the Lupino is old, is magical, is something more than ordinary wolf or dog. His fur is not just fur, but protection woven from ancient spells, from the same force that keeps his consciousness alive across centuries, that allows his form to persist while others age and die. The cold affects him, but cannot defeat him, cannot stop him, can only make the journey harder, longer, more demanding of will and endurance. He climbs. The path, such as it is, follows a ridge that rises in a series of natural steps, each one requiring a leap or scramble, each one higher than the last. Sometimes the way leads along narrow ledges where one side drops away into darkness, into valleys far below where normal creatures live normal lives, unaware of this old guardian struggling upward through the frozen night. Sometimes the path crosses fields of loose scree, of stones that shift and slide under his weight, that threaten to carry him backward for every step forward, that test patience and determination. The stars above shine with fierce intensity at this altitude, the air so clear and cold that it seems to magnify their light, to bring them closer, to make the boundary between earth and heaven seem thinner, more permeable, as if one could simply reach up and touch the distant suns, could pluck them from their positions like fruit from a tree. But the winter star's absence is even more pronounced here. Its empty place seems to pulse with lack, with absence made visible, with a darkness that is not merely the absence of light but something more active, more present, a void that draws the eye, that demands acknowledgement, that cannot be ignored or forgotten. The Lupino pauses on a flat section of rock to catch his breath, his sides heaving with effort, clouds of vapor pouring from his mouth with each exhalation. The bundle the innkeeper gave him is still secure in the small pouch around his neck. He can feel its weight, its warmth, its promise of sustenance when needed. Below him, the world spreads out in shades of darkness and shadow. The forest is a black mass broken by occasional lights. The village, a small constellation of warmth. The tavern, a single bright point. Other settlements he doesn't know, distant and remote. Above him, the summit rises. Not far now, perhaps another hour of climbing, perhaps less. Difficult to judge distances in darkness and cold. He notices something strange in the wind. Voices or something like voices. Not words, but sounds that suggest meaning, that carry emotion without language. They seem to come from the mountain itself, from the stones around him, from the ice and wind, and the very substance of this ancient height. Whispers of all those who have climbed before him. Pilgrims seeking wisdom, travelers lost and desperate, guardians on quests of their own. Even the mountain's makers in ages before memory, when the earth was young and still learning its shape, still deciding where heights should rise and valleys should fall. The voices are not frightening, not hostile, simply present. Acknowledgement that he walks a path others have walked, that his journey is unique to him, but also part of a larger pattern, a continuing story that has been told and retold across generations, across species, across the long history of beings seeking something beyond themselves, something higher, something that requires effort and sacrifice, and the willingness to climb into cold and darkness alone. He rises and continues climbing. The way grows steeper. In places, it's less like walking and more like scaling. His claws finding purchase on tiny ledges, his powerful legs driving him upward through sheer strength. His will refusing to acknowledge fatigue, to admit the possibility of stopping before the summit is reached. Ice crystals form in his fur now, despite his magical nature, despite his resistance to ordinary cold. They catch what little light filters down from the stars, making him seem to glitter, to sparkle, as if he is slowly transforming into something made of ice and determination, becoming one with the mountain, merging with the winter itself. The wind picks up its strength, no longer just strong but ferocious, a wall of force that he must push through, must fight against, that tears at him with invisible hands, that screams in his ears with a voice like 10,000 winters compressed into a single sustained note of cold and power. But he does not stop, cannot stop, will not stop, because below him the village dims, because the magic weakens, because creatures great and small depend on the light he seeks to restore, because guardians do not fail, not through lack of strength, not through fear, not through any force short of absolute impossibility, because that is what it means to be guardian, to accept responsibility, to stand between darkness and those who need light, to climb when every instinct screams to stop, to continue when the body begs for rest. And then, without ceremony or warning, the slope eases, the ground levels, the wind stills slightly. He has reached the summit. The plateau spreads before him, not large, perhaps 50 paces across, perfectly circular as if carved by intentional hand, as if the mountain's peak was shaped for this purpose, was designed to hold what it holds, to serve the function it has served since before history began recording such things. Snow covers the flat ground in a thin layer, wind-blown into patterns like waves frozen mid-motion, creating an illusion of water turned solid, of movement captured and preserved. And in the center of the plateau, rising from the stone itself, formed from the same rock as the mountain but shaped differently, marked by time and purpose and countless years of exposure to sky and weather. The altar. The Lupino has arrived. His quest enters its final stage. The moment of revelation approaches. And high above, in the vast winter sky, an empty space waits to be filled. A darkness waits to be lit. A star waits to remember why it shines, waits to be called home by one who climbed through cold and darkness, through wind and ice, through doubt and fatigue, to reach this place, this moment, this threshold between success and return, between seeking and finding, between absence and presence restored. The altar stands alone in the center of the summit, patient and eternal, waiting as it has waited for centuries, for millennia perhaps, for the right moment, the right seeker, the right need to bring purpose to its existence once more. It is not large, perhaps the height of a tall human, perhaps slightly more. Its form is simple, almost austere, a column of stone rising from the mountain's peak, its surface worn smooth by wind and weather and time, by rain in summer and ice in winter, by the touch of countless hands and paws across ages beyond counting. The stone is dark, not black but a deep gray that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it, that holds within its mineral structure the memory of the Earth's formation, of pressures and heat and transformation that occurred when the world was young, and continents were still deciding where to rest, where to rise, where to form the shapes that would define geography for ages to come. Carved into the stone's surface are symbols, not writing in any language still spoken, not images that can be easily interpreted, but marks that suggest meaning, that carry weight beyond their visual form, that speak to something deeper than conscious understanding. They spiral around the column in patterns that might represent stars, might represent seasons, might represent the eternal cycle of light and darkness, presence and absence, the endless dance between what is and what could be. The Lupino approaches slowly, respectfully, feeling the weight of this place, the accumulated significance of all the moments that have occurred here, all the prayers spoken, all the rituals performed, all the seekers who have stood where he stands now, looking for answers, looking for light, looking for connection to something larger than themselves. At the top of the column, at the height of his head if he were to stand on his hind legs, a circular depression has been carved into the stone. Smooth and precise, clearly intentional, clearly designed for a specific purpose. This is the Ninho da Estrela, the star's nest, the place where celestial fire rests when it chooses to touch the earth, when it remembers its purpose, when it allows itself to be visible to mortal eyes. The depression is empty now. No light fills it. No warmth radiates from it. No spark or flame or hint of fire suggests that anything magical has ever existed here, that this is anything more than shaped stone on a high mountain. Impressive, perhaps, but ultimately just rock, just matter, just the physical world in its most basic form. But the Lupino knows better, can feel better, senses in the way that old magical beings sense such things, that this emptiness is not natural, not permanent, not the final state of this place. The nest is empty the way a house is empty when its occupants have gone traveling. The structure remains, the purpose persists, the potential for return exists undiminished, waiting only for the right conditions, the right call, the right moment. He circles the altar slowly, examining it from all sides, not looking for anything specific, but allowing his instincts to guide him, to show him what he needs to see, to reveal what must be understood before the next step can be taken. The wind has grown quieter here at the summit, not still, never still at this altitude, but softer, more contemplative, as if even the elements respect this place, recognize its significance, moderate their usual fury in acknowledgement of something sacred, something set apart, something that deserves gentleness despite existing in a realm of harshness and cold. Snow continues to fall but lightly now, individual flakes drifting down like small messengers from heaven, each one unique, each one temporary, each one contributing its small mass to the larger accumulation, the collective weight of winter, the gradual transformation of landscape through the patient addition of countless tiny pieces. The Lupino completes his circle and stands before the altar, facing it directly. He can see now, in the pre-dawn darkness that is beginning, barely, almost imperceptibly, to lighten the eastern sky, details he missed before. The stone is not uniformly dark, but contains within it small crystals, tiny fragments of quartz perhaps, or some other mineral, that catch what little light exists and hold it for a moment before releasing it, creating a subtle shimmer, a hint of sparkle, a suggestion that even in stone, even in the most solid and unchanging of materials, light can find a home, can persist, can shine. Around the base of the altar, arranged in a perfect circle, smaller stones have been placed, offerings perhaps, or markers, or simply the work of previous pilgrims who felt the need to contribute something, to add their presence to this place, to leave some small evidence that they were here, that they sought what he now seeks, that the quest for light in darkness is not his alone but shared across time and species, and all the various forms that consciousness takes. Some of these stones are smooth, river-worn, brought from valleys far below and carried up through effort and intention. Others are rough, newly broken from the mountain itself, pieces of this very peak offered back to its altar like children giving gifts to a parent. Still others are clearly worked, shaped by tools, carved with marks, polished by hands that understood beauty, that wanted to offer not just any stone, but the right stone, the perfect stone, the stone that carries meaning beyond its physical form. The Lupino understands that this altar is not just a place but a threshold, not just stone but a doorway, not just physical structure but a point of connection between worlds, between earth and sky, between the solid reality of matter and the ethereal existence of light, between what is and what might be, if conditions align, if belief is strong enough, if memory holds firm against the forces of forgetting. He remembers the words from the library. A guardian must journey to the summit of dawn, to the altar where sky touches earth, where the first light of creation still lingers in the stones. There, the guardian must remember, not their own memories, but the collective memory of all winters survived, all darkness endured, all light preserved through difficult times. Remember. Not recall, not think about, not intellectually acknowledge, but actively remember, to bring back into membership, to reconnect what has been separated, to make present again what has been absent, to call forward from the past into the now, the truth of light, the reality of hope, the certainty that stars shine not because they must, but because beings below need their light, depend on their guidance, are sustained by their promise that darkness is not forever. The Lupino sits before the altar, his form straight despite the long climb, despite the cold, despite the fatigue that pulls at his limbs and his consciousness. He is old, older than the village, older than the current forest, old enough to remember when this mountain was younger, when the paths were clearer, when magic flowed more easily through the world and required less effort to access, to channel, to manifest in forms that others could see and feel. He closes his eyes and begins to remember, not his own memories first, though those come too, threaded through everything, but the larger memory, the collective story of winter and survival, of cold and persistence, of darkness and the light that pushes back against it. He remembers the first fire ever built by conscious hands. Sparks struck from flint and stone. The miracle of controlled flame that meant warm food and predators kept at bay and gathering places where stories could be told, and knowledge passed from generation to generation. He remembers the first lantern hung outside a door to guide travelers home. Simple oil and wick, but representing the profound understanding that light can be shared, that brightness in one place can help others find their way, that we are responsible for more than just our own seeing. He remembers every candle lit in every window across all the winters that have been, each one a small defiance against the dark, each one a choice to push back against the vast, cold universe, each one saying, "Here, here is warmth, here is welcome, here is a place where life persists, and consciousness endures, and hope refuses to surrender." He remembers the songs sung on the darkest nights, when dawn seemed impossibly far away, when cold pressed close and food ran low, and the temptation to give up whispered seductively. He remembers how voices joined together, how melody carried courage, how rhythm itself became a heartbeat that refused to stop, that kept time until time itself brought dawn, brought light, brought relief and continuation. He remembers children born in winter, entering the world in the harshest season, screaming their protest against the cold, demanding warmth and milk and care, their needs forcing adults to remain strong, to maintain fires, to keep going not for themselves, but for these small new lives that depended entirely on others' determination to survive. He remembers every act of kindness performed when kindness was difficult, every door opened when opening meant losing precious heat, every portion of food shared when sharing meant going hungry, every risk taken to help strangers, every gesture of care extended to those who could not repay it, every moment when beings chose connection over isolation, community over self-preservation, love over fear. He remembers the old ones who died in winter, who let go when cold made holding on too difficult, who surrendered peacefully knowing that their time had come, that their stories had been told, that they had contributed what they could, and now it was time for others to carry forward, to continue the endless relay of consciousness passing through time, each generation holding the light briefly before passing it to the next. He remembers the stars themselves, constant companions to all who have ever looked up, ever wondered, ever felt small beneath the vast cosmos and yet somehow connected to it, part of it, participants in a story so large that individual lives are barely visible yet somehow essential, somehow necessary, somehow meaningful despite their brevity. And he remembers the winter star specifically, not as it appears now, absent and forgotten, but as it has been across countless seasons. Remembers its light cutting through the darkest nights, its presence marking the true arrival of winter, its position serving as guide to travelers and navigators, its brilliance promising that cold is temporary, that spring waits beyond winter, that cycles continue regardless of how permanent any single moment feels. The remembering fills him, becomes him. He is no longer just Lupino, just guardian, just individual consciousness in wolf form, but vessel for all of this, container for the collective memory of light and hope and persistence, channel through which the past can speak to the present, through which what has been can inform what will be. His eyes remain closed, but light begins to gather around him, not from any external source but from within, from the remembering itself, as if memory has substance, as if the past can manifest physically when recalled with enough clarity, enough intention, enough belief in its reality and importance. The light is subtle at first, a faint glow around his form, barely visible, could be imagination, could be tricks of darkness and pre-dawn, could be nothing at all. But it grows, becomes brighter, more defined, more real. It pools around his paws, collects in his fur, radiates from his form like heat from embers, like dawn approaching, like hope made visible. The altar begins to respond. The symbols carved into its surface start to glow, faintly, then more strongly, tracing lines of light around the column, spiraling upward toward the nest at its top, following patterns that suggest constellation, that mimic the movement of stars across the night sky, that represent in miniature the vast cosmic dance that has continued since time began and will continue long after all current stories have ended. The small crystals embedded in the stone catch this light and amplify it, each one becoming a tiny star itself, each one contributing its brightness to the growing illumination, each one saying, "Yes, yes, we remember too. We have held this memory in mineral form, waiting for someone to come and call it forth, to make it active again, to transform potential into manifestation." The wind picks up slightly, but this time it feels different. Not hostile, not challenging, but almost celebratory, like applause, like approval, like the mountain itself acknowledging what is happening, participating in this moment of restoration, of return, of light remembered and called back from wherever light goes when it is forgotten. The Lupino opens his eyes. They shine now with their own illumination. Amber transformed to gold, golden transformed to white, white transformed to something beyond color, to pure light itself, to the essence of seeing made visible, to consciousness aware of itself and its power to shape reality through attention, through intention, through the simple but profound act of remembering what matters, what is true, what must not be allowed to fade no matter how strong the forces of darkness and forgetting. He stands, not a wolf now, but something more, something larger, guardian revealed in full form, ancient power manifest, magic made flesh, the bridge between what was and what will be. And he places his paw gently, carefully, deliberately into the nest at the altar's top. The stone is cold beneath his pad, cold beyond ordinary cold, cold that speaks of absence, of void, of space that should be filled but isn't, of purpose waiting to be fulfilled. He does not remove his paw. He stands there, still and certain, holding the remembering, offering it like a gift, like a prayer, like an invitation extended to something vast and ancient and powerful, asking it, please, please return. Please remember yourself. Please know that you are needed, that your light matters, that below this mountain, beings wait in slowly dimming warmth for the moment when brightness returns and hope is restored, and the winter star shines once more in the deep blue night. For a moment, brief but feeling eternal, instant yet containing multitudes, nothing happens. The Lupino stands with his paw in the nest, light radiating from his form, wind swirling around the altar, symbols glowing on stone, but the depression remains empty, cold, dark, giving no indication that anything has heard, has responded, has acknowledged the call that has been sent across the boundary between earth and heaven, between matter and light, between need and fulfillment. Doubt whispers. Perhaps he has failed. Perhaps the remembering was not strong enough, not clear enough, not sufficient to wake what has been sleeping, to call back what has withdrawn, to restore what has been lost. Perhaps some things, once gone, stay gone. Perhaps stars make their own decisions and cannot be compelled, cannot be summoned, cannot be asked to return simply because beings below them want their light. But then, a warmth begins to spread beneath his paw. Not sudden, not dramatic, but gradual, gentle, like touching something that has been holding on to heat from long ago, slowly releasing it now, remembering how to be warm, how to give rather than receive, how to shine rather than absorb. The warmth grows, increases, becomes more than warmth, becomes heat, becomes fire, becomes something that would burn ordinary flesh but only enlivens his magical form, only fills him with energy and certainty, and the absolute knowledge that yes, it is working, the star is waking, the light is returning, the quest is completing itself in exactly the way it needed to, in exactly the moment it had to, with the perfect timing that characterizes true magic, real transformation, genuine restoration. The nest begins to glow from within, not reflected light but its own luminescence, as if the stone itself is transforming, as if matter is remembering how to be more than matter, how to serve as vessel for something beyond physical law, beyond ordinary reality, beyond the limitations that usually bind substance to simple existence. The glow intensifies, brightens, spreads upward from the depression in pulses, in waves, in rhythmic emanations that suggest heartbeat, that mimic breathing, that demonstrate life awakening, consciousness returning, presence manifesting in the physical realm after a period of absence, of retreat, of dormancy necessary for reasons the Lupino doesn't need to understand, only needs to witness, only needs to facilitate, only needs to stand steady and certain while transformation occurs around him, through him, because of him. Colors begin to appear in the light, not white alone, but shot through with blues and silvers, with hints of gold and crystal, with shades that don't have names in ordinary language, that exist only in the space between physical color and pure radiance, that speak of cold fire and frozen flame and all the paradoxes that winter embodies, that the winter star represents. And then, like a flower opening, like a bird taking flight, like dawn breaking after the longest night, like every metaphor for revelation and emergence and transformation, the star appears, not all at once, but gradually, piece by piece, building itself from light and will and the remembering that called it forth. First, a spark, small and tentative, testing to see if conditions are right, if the world below still wants this, if magic still has place in reality. Then more, the spark growing, expanding, taking form and substance, becoming not just light but light, not just brightness but brightness, capitalized, significant, meaningful beyond mere illumination. The star hovers in the nest, held not by any physical force but by belonging, by rightness, by the simple fact that this is where it goes. This is where it has always gone when manifesting in the realm that beings like the Lupino inhabit, when choosing to be visible, when deciding to shine. It is beautiful, more beautiful than memory suggested, more radiant than hope imagined, more perfect than expectations prepared for. The size is difficult to judge, perhaps as large as the Lupino's head, perhaps larger, perhaps smaller, perhaps all sizes and no size, existing in that fluid state that magical objects occupy, that allows them to be what they need to be in each moment rather than fixed in singular form. The light it emits is not harsh, not blinding, not the aggressive brilliance of midday sun or lightning strike. Instead, it is gentle, welcoming, warm despite its cold coloration. The kind of light that soothes rather than startles, that invites approach rather than demands distance, that feels like comfort, like home, like the illumination that exists in the best dreams, in the most peaceful memories, in moments of absolute safety and perfect rest. The Lupino removes his paw from the nest, stepping back slightly to give the star space, to allow it room to fully manifest, to completely return to itself. As he moves, he feels fatigue finally catching him. The long night's journey, the mountain climb, the emotional and magical energy expended in the remembering all suddenly making themselves known. Now that the primary task is complete, now that success is certain, now that the strain can be acknowledged without compromising the mission. He sits heavily, his legs trembling slightly with exhaustion, but his eyes never leave the star, never stop watching as it completes its emergence, as it remembers fully what it is, what it does, what it means. The star begins to pulse, slow, rhythmic, hypnotic. Each pulse sends waves of light cascading across the summit, illuminating the altar, the surrounding stones, the Lupino's form, the snow, every surface and crevice and detail, revealing and then concealing, showing and then hiding, creating a rhythm of revelation that is both beautiful and profoundly comforting, that speaks of cycles, of tides, of the endless movement between light and dark that characterizes all existence, that promises neither state is permanent, that change is the only constant, that hope exists precisely because conditions always shift, always transform, always move toward balance even when imbalance seems overwhelming. The wind, which had been swirling with increasing energy, suddenly stills completely. The snow stops falling mid-flight, flakes hanging suspended in the air like tiny stars themselves, like witnesses frozen in wonder, like reality itself pausing to acknowledge this moment, to give it the weight and significance it deserves. In that stillness, the star begins to rise. Slowly, majestically, with the inevitability of dawn, it lifts from the nest, hovering first at the height of the altar's top, then higher, rising above the stone column, above the summit, above the mountain itself, climbing into the pre-dawn sky with grace and power and absolute certainty of purpose. The Lupino watches, his neck craned back, his eyes following the star's ascent. Around him, the light from the rising star illuminates the entire mountaintop, transforms it into a beacon visible for leagues in all directions, a signal to all below that something significant is happening, that the long darkness is ending, that light returns, that hope is justified, that persistence through difficult times leads eventually to restoration and renewal. The star rises higher still, climbing toward its proper position in the sky, toward the place it has occupied for time beyond measure, the specific point in the celestial sphere where it belongs, where it serves its function, where its light does the most good. And as it rises, it begins to sing. Not song in any ordinary sense. No words, no melody that could be hummed or reproduced by mortal voice, but sound nonetheless, vibration, frequency, the music of celestial mechanics and cosmic harmony, the sound that stars make when they remember joy, when they express purpose, when they celebrate their existence and their meaning and their place in the vast orchestra of creation. The sound is felt more than heard, experienced in bone and blood, and the deep places where consciousness meets matter, where soul interfaces with flesh, where the divine touches the mundane and transforms it into something more, something sacred, something that participates in glory despite being small and temporary and bound by physical law. The Lupino feels tears forming in his eyes, not sadness, not pain, but overwhelming relief, profound joy. The emotional release that comes when a burden held for too long is finally set down, when a task carried through darkness is completed in light, when purpose finds fulfillment and the wanderer reaches home. The star reaches its position, stops rising, hangs in the sky exactly where it should be, where it has always been meant to be, where its absence created the void that started this entire journey, that called the guardian from his forest, that set him walking through snow and cold and darkness toward this moment, this restoration, this return. And then it blazes. Brightness pours from it in waves, in cascades, in floods of luminescence that wash across the sky, that illuminate the clouds, that reflect off every snowflake and ice crystal and frozen surface, that transform the pre-dawn darkness into something approaching day, that pushes back night, not through violence but through presence, through the simple act of being light, of choosing to shine, of remembering that this is what stars do, this is why they exist, this is their gift and their purpose, and their joy. Below, in the village, candles that had been dimming suddenly flare bright. Fires that had been struggling to warm suddenly blaze with renewed vigor. The magic beings who had been fading regain their luminescence, their presence, their vibrant existence. In the tavern, the innkeeper looks up from the bar she was wiping and sees through the window the sudden brilliance in the sky. She smiles, whispers, "Thank you, old friend," and pours a measure of her finest spirits onto the ground. An offering, a celebration, an acknowledgement that the guardian has succeeded, that the light has returned, that the world continues one more season, one more cycle, one more turn of the great wheel that moves through darkness and light, through cold and warmth, through absence and presence restored. On the mountain summit, the Lupino rises to his feet, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the glory of the moment, in the satisfaction of completion, in the deep peace that comes from having done what needed doing, from having walked the path that needed walking, from having been the bridge between need and fulfillment. He tilts his head back and releases a sound, not quite howl, not quite song, but something between them, something that carries joy and gratitude and acknowledgement of this moment, this success, this perfect culmination of quest and purpose and ancient duty fulfilled. The sound echoes across the mountain, down into the valleys, out across the sleeping land, a message to all who can hear. The star has returned, the light is restored, the guardian has completed his task, and winter, while still cold, still dark, still demanding, is now illuminated once more by the promise that even in deepest night, stars shine, that guidance persists, that hope is justified, because sometimes, when the need is great and the guardian is willing and the memory is strong enough, what has been lost can be found. What has been absent can return. What has faded can brighten once more. The winter star burns in the sky, patient and eternal, exactly where it belongs, exactly as it should be, casting its cold fire across the winter world, blessing the darkness with light, promising through its presence that spring will come, that warmth returns, that cycles continue, that all things that leave eventually come back when called by those who remember, who care, who are willing to walk through the night to find what has been lost and guide it home. The descent from the summit is easier than the climb, as descents usually are, though not without its own challenges, its own demands on muscles that have already given much, on paws that have traveled far, on a body that has been tested by cold and exertion and the sheer physical reality of traversing a mountain in winter darkness. But the Lupino moves with renewed energy despite his fatigue, fueled not by physical rest, he has had none, but by accomplishment, by success, by the knowledge that the task is complete, that the light has been restored, that the world below is already feeling the effects of the star's return. The sky lightens gradually as he descends, the darkness of full night giving way to that in-between time when day is approaching but has not yet arrived, when the world exists in shades of blue and gray, when everything is visible but nothing is yet colored, when reality itself seems to wait for sun's permission to fully manifest. The winter star shines brilliantly overhead, visible even as dawn approaches, which is unusual, which is special. Normally, stars fade with the coming light, surrendering the sky to day's brilliance, but the winter star persists, holds its position, continues to shine with a quality that transcends ordinary starlight, that announces its magical nature, that proclaims its importance beyond simple celestial mechanics. As the Lupino reaches the tree line, where scattered pines become forest proper, he begins to notice changes, subtle at first, then increasingly obvious, then finally undeniable. The trees themselves seem different. Their branches, which had drooped with the weight of snow and something less tangible, weariness perhaps, or the slow dimming that affects all living things when magic weakens, now stand straighter, more alert, more present. The needles on the evergreens seem greener, more vibrant, catching the growing light and reflecting it with renewed intensity. The snow sparkles more brightly than before, as if each flake has remembered how to catch and hold light, how to transform simple frozen water into something that participates in beauty, that contributes to the aesthetic rather than merely covering it. The air itself feels different. Still cold, still winter, but somehow cleaner, sharper, more alive, as if oxygen has been enriched, or the space between molecules has been cleared of some subtle contamination that was imperceptible until its absence makes everything suddenly, obviously better. And the light is everywhere. Not just from the winter star above, but from smaller sources now revealed or restored. The lanterns that hang from tree branches burn brighter than before, their flames more steady, more certain, as if they too draw strength from the star's return, as if all light is connected, all brightness is part of a single web that strengthens when any of its parts is reinforced. In the undergrowth, among the shadows and hollows, small lights flicker. Fairy lights, spirit lights, the natural bioluminescence of magical beings who had been conserving energy, who had dimmed to preserve themselves, who now bloom back into visibility like flowers opening, like stars appearing after clouds pass, like everything that hides during difficulty and emerges when safety returns. The Lupino sees mushrooms glowing faintly blue at the base of ancient trees, sees moss that shimmers with green-gold phosphorescence, sees tiny flying insects, impossible in winter under ordinary circumstances. But this is not ordinary. This is magical. This is a forest that operates under rules older and deeper than mere biology, whose wings catch the light and throw it back in rainbow fragments. The path is easier to follow now, more defined, as if the forest itself is helping, guiding, showing the way home with gratitude, with acknowledgement that what the guardian did benefits all, that the restoration of the star restores everything connected to it, everything that depends on magic, on light, on the gentle forces that keep the world softer than it would otherwise be, kinder than pure natural law would allow. He passes the library, or rather, passes near where he knows it stands, though it's not visible now. Such places show themselves when needed and hide when their service is complete, existing in the spaces between, in the gaps between ordinary and extraordinary, between real and more than real. But he feels its presence, feels something like approval radiating from the trees that form its walls, feels acknowledgement from the books and the knowledge they contain, feels the satisfaction of a place whose purpose has been fulfilled. Information was sought, guidance was given, seeker became finder, quest became completion. The path leads downward, following familiar contours, retracing the route he walked upward through the night. Though, was it really only one night? It feels like longer, like days or weeks have passed, like entire seasons have turned since he left the village. But time moves strangely on such journeys, stretches and compresses according to rules that have nothing to do with clocks or calendars, that recognize that sometimes a single night can contain transformations that would normally require years, that acknowledge that important changes happen in their own time, in mythic time, in the deep time that underlies ordinary chronology and occasionally breaks through into visible reality. He reaches the bridge over the stream. The water below flows more vigorously than before, as if the return of the star has somehow affected even underground springs, as if warmth has been restored not just to air and light, but to deeper sources, to the foundations that feed rivers and streams, that sustain life even in winter's grip. The water spirit does not appear, but he feels her awareness, feels her satisfaction, feels acknowledgement passing between them. The old ones recognize each other's victories, celebrate each other's successes, understand without words that they are all part of the same larger effort, the same ongoing work of maintaining magic, preserving wonder, keeping the world enchanted despite all forces that would flatten it into pure mechanism, into mere matter without meaning or purpose beyond itself. He crosses the bridge and continues, the lake spreading before him, and here the change is most dramatic, most visible, most undeniable. The ice still covers the surface. It is still winter, still cold, still frozen, but now the entire expanse glows from within. Those fragments of starlight that he saw embedded in the ice, those tiny captured pieces of celestial fire, have all awakened, have all brightened, have all become visible and active. The lake is a constellation now, a sky map laid flat, a mirror of heaven pressed into earth. Thousands upon thousands of small lights glow beneath the ice, creating patterns that suggest the stars above, that map infinity in frozen water, that transform what was simply ice into art, into magic, into beauty so profound that merely witnessing it feels like prayer, like worship, like participation in something sacred without needing to name it or claim it or reduce it to doctrine or dogma. The Lupino pauses at the lake's edge to rest, to observe, to let this sight settle into memory where it will remain through all the years to come, through all the other journeys and quests and long nights that lie ahead in his guardian's path. Dawn approaches more definitely now. The eastern sky shifts from dark blue to lighter blue, from blue to purple, from purple to pink and gold, and all the colors that announce day's arrival, sun's return. The eternal promise that night always ends, that light always comes back, that darkness, no matter how complete it seems in the moment, is temporary, is passing, is just one phase in the endless cycle that consciousness has ridden since awareness first emerged in the universe and looked around and wondered what all of this means. Why any of it exists, whether any of it matters. The Lupino rises and continues the final stretch toward the village, his pace quickening now that home is close, now that the end is near, now that he can imagine rest, warmth, the satisfaction of sitting before a fire and letting the night's efforts settle into memory, into story, into one more tale to be told when guardians gather, when the old ones share their adventures, when experience becomes wisdom through the alchemy of reflection and time. The forest thins. The first cottages appear. Smoke rises from chimneys. Voices call morning greetings. Life continues, enriched now but not fundamentally changed. That's the way of such restorations, such victories. They don't create new worlds but preserve the existing one, keep it functioning, maintain the good that already exists rather than trying to force something better into being. And that, the Lupino knows, is enough, more than enough. Is everything, really, to keep the gentle world gentle, to maintain the kind world kind, to preserve the magic that makes life bearable, beautiful, meaningful beyond mere survival. As he enters the village proper, he notices immediately how everything has brightened. The decorations that hung dim and fading now glow with renewed color. The dried oranges shine like small suns. The red ribbons flutter vivid and alive. The pine garlands smell fresh and strong, releasing their sharp evergreen scent into the morning air. In windows, candles burn with steady flames. In yards, magical beings move visibly again. Hedge sprites dancing on fence posts, snow rabbits hopping with trails of sparkles, small dragons stretching their wings and breathing tiny puffs of harmless fire. All of them restored, revitalized, returned to the vibrancy that makes this place special, that distinguishes it from ordinary villages, that marks it as somewhere magic still lives, still matters, still shapes reality in gentle ways. The village tree in the central square blazes with light, every lantern shining, every ribbon reflecting the growing dawn, every decoration visible and beautiful, and exactly as it should be. Around its base, the small offerings placed for winter creatures remain, but now those creatures are actually present, actually partaking. Birds eating the seeds, squirrels taking the nuts, rabbits nibbling the vegetables, a peaceful scene of sharing and sustenance, of community that extends beyond human boundaries to include all beings, all forms of consciousness, all participants in the great work of living together, surviving together, supporting each other through the seasons of difficulty. People emerge from their homes, drawn by the light, by the change they feel but may not fully understand, by the sense that something important has happened in the night, that the world has shifted slightly toward brightness, toward warmth, toward the continuance of good things they had feared might fade. They see the winter star burning in the sky, visible even now as dawn strengthens, and they understand without needing explanation, without requiring proof or argument or logical demonstration. They simply know. The star has returned. The guardian has succeeded. The light is restored. And their world continues one more day, one more season, blessed by magic, sustained by forces they cannot control but can appreciate, can honor, can celebrate through simple acts of living well, treating each other kindly, maintaining the gentle way of being that allows such magic to persist. The Lupino walks through the village slowly, accepting greetings from those who see him, calls of "welcome back" and "well done" and "thank you, old friend," acknowledging them with inclines of his head, with the dignity that guardians maintain, with the humble acceptance that such beings show when praised for simply doing what they exist to do, what they must do, what they would do regardless of thanks or recognition, because purpose doesn't require applause. Duty doesn't need approval, right? Action is its own reward. He makes his way toward the forest edge, toward his usual resting place where the trees shelter and the earth is soft, where he can curl and sleep and let the night's journey settle into his bones, into his memory, into the accumulated experience that shapes him, that makes him what he is: guardian, wanderer, seeker, finder, the one who walks between, the one who remembers, the one who brings back what has been lost. But before he reaches the forest, a small figure intercepts him. A child, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, bundled in layers against the cold, eyes bright with wonder and curiosity, and the fearlessness that young children sometimes have around magical beings before they learn to be cautious, before society teaches them to doubt, to question, to demand proof of what their hearts already know is true. "Did you bring back the star?" the child asks simply, directly, the way children ask questions, without preamble or social nicety, just pure inquiry, just need to know. The Lupino looks at the child and nods. One slow, deliberate movement, confirmation without words, answer without explanation. The child smiles, huge, radiant, a smile that lights their face from within, that demonstrates the pure joy that children can feel, that shows what happiness looks like before life complicates it, before experience teaches us to moderate our emotional displays, to guard our hearts, to protect ourselves from disappointment by never fully investing in wonder. "Thank you," the child says, then impulsively reaches out and hugs the Lupino's neck, small arms barely reaching around, small body warm and trusting, small heart beating against his fur like a bird, like hope itself, like the reason all of this matters, why guardians walk through cold and darkness, why quests are undertaken and completed, not for glory or power or recognition, but for this, for small children who grow up in a world where stars return when they're lost, where magic persists. Despite difficulties, where good beings work in the night to maintain the gentle order that allows childhood to be what it should be. Safe, wonder-filled, protected by forces the children need not understand or worry about, free to simply be young, and curious and trusting that the world will hold them, will keep them, will remain kind enough, bright enough, warm enough for life to flourish and joy to be possible. The child releases the hug and runs back toward their cottage, toward their parent who waits at the door, smiling, nodding to the Lupino with gratitude and respect and acknowledgement that cannot be spoken, but is clearly felt, clearly transmitted in that brief moment of eye contact between adult human and ancient guardian. The Lupino continues to the forest edge, finds his place among the roots of an old oak, circles 3 times as dogs and wolves do, following instinct older than thought, preparing the spot, making it ready, curls into himself, tail over nose, body compact and warm, conserving heat, conserving energy, settling into rest. The winter star shines above, visible through the branches, its light filtering down in shafts and beams, touching his fur, blessing his rest, keeping watch while he sleeps, standing guard over the guardian for once, reversing roles, allowing the protector to be protected, the watcher to be watched, the guardian to rest easy, knowing that what he restored will now help maintain him, will support his recovery, will ensure that when he wakes, whether that's hours from now or days from now, time moves strangely for magical beings at rest. The world will still be there, still be kind, still be bright, ready for whatever comes next, whatever other quests await, whatever other darkness might need light called back from wherever light goes when it forgets why it shines. His breathing slows, deepens, becomes regular and peaceful. Around him, the forest settles into day. Birds begin their morning songs. Small creatures emerge to forage. Life continues its ancient patterns, its eternal rhythms, the endless cycle of activity and rest, struggle and peace, quest and completion, departure and return that characterizes all existence, that connects the smallest act to the largest pattern, that makes every step meaningful, every effort worthwhile, every journey, no matter how difficult, how cold, how dark, ultimately justified by the light that returns, the warmth that persists, the gentle magic that survives when beings care enough through night to preserve it, to protect it, to call it back when it wanders, to remind it why it matters, why it must not surrender to the forces that would see all light dim, all warmth fade, all wonder collapse into mere mechanism and matter and the cold mathematics of a universe without meaning, without purpose, without the grace that comes when consciousness looks at existence and decides, despite all evidence of hardship and difficulty, that beauty matters, that kindness matters, that light matters, and that these things are worth every step, every climb, every moment of cold endured to bring them back, to keep them alive, to preserve them for one more day, one more season, one more turning of the great wheel that moves through darkness and light, through winter and spring, through absence and presence, through loss and recovery, forever and always, as long as guardians walk and stars remember, and beings choose, again and again, in each moment, in each decision, to be gentle, to keep the light burning in whatever small ways they can, adding their flame to all the other flames, creating together a brightness that pushes back the dark, that makes life more than mere survival, that transforms existence into something beautiful, something meaningful, something worth the effort, worth the journey, worth everything. Evening comes early in winter, the sun making its brief arc across the southern sky before surrendering once more to darkness, to the long nights that define this season, that give it its character, its challenges, its particular beauty. But tonight's darkness is different from last night's. The winter star burns steady in its place, casting its cold fire across the snow, across the rooftops, across the world that almost lost it but didn't, that called it back through effort and magic and the ancient bond between guardians and the things they guard. The Lupino wakes from his rest restored, refreshed. The fatigue of the long night's journey faded into memory, transformed into strength through the alchemy of sleep, through the healing that comes when magical beings surrender to rest and allow their bodies and spirits to recover, to rebuild, to prepare for whatever comes next. He rises, shakes himself, snow and small twigs falling from his fur. The day has passed while he slept. He can feel this in his bones, can sense it in the quality of light, can know it without needing to see a clock or ask anyone the time. This is the knowledge that comes with age, with centuries of experience, with consciousness that has ridden so many days and nights that the transition between them becomes familiar, becomes readable, becomes information that arrives without seeking. From the village center, sounds drift through the cold air. Voices calling, laughter rising, the crackle of large fire, the music of instruments played by hands that remember the old songs, that keep the traditional melodies alive through practice and performance, through the simple act of playing what parents played and grandparents before them, stretching back through generations to sources no one remembers but everyone honors. The Lupino walks toward these sounds, curiosity pulling him, companionship calling him. For even guardians, even ancient solitary beings who walk alone through dark places, sometimes need community, sometimes crave warmth and fellowship, sometimes want to simply sit among others and be part of something larger than themselves, larger than their purpose, larger than duty and quest, and the serious work of maintaining magic in a world that increasingly forgets it exists. He emerges into the village square and finds it transformed. The winter tree blazes with light, every lantern, every candle, every decoration visible and beautiful in the darkness. But more has been added since this morning. New ribbons, new garlands, new ornaments that were created today in celebration, in thanksgiving, in acknowledgement of the star's return and the guardian's success. And around the tree, in the cleared space at the square's center, a bonfire burns. Huge, magnificent, carefully constructed from logs and branches, tended by those who understand fire's needs, who know how to feed flames without smothering them, who respect fire's power while harnessing its warmth and light. The flames climb high, reaching toward the sky as if trying to touch the star above, as if Earth's fire seeks communion with heaven's fire, as if all light recognizes its kinship regardless of source or form. Sparks rise in swirls and spirals, carried upward by heat currents, glowing orange and red against the darkness before cooling and fading. Their brief existence a metaphor for so much. Consciousness, beauty, the moments of brilliance that punctuate ordinary time and make it extraordinary. Around the fire, the entire village has gathered. Humans and magical beings together. No separation, no division between species or type. All equal in their gratitude. All participants in the celebration. All beneficiaries of the restoration that occurred in the long night hours while some slept and others worried, and one old guardian walked through cold and darkness to do what needed doing. The Lupino sees familiar faces. Mirella, the village's eldest, sitting in a chair that has been brought out and positioned close to the fire's warmth. Her ancient face peaceful and satisfied, her eyes meeting his with recognition, with thanks that need not be spoken, with the understanding that passes between old ones who have seen much, who have survived much, who know that celebrations like this must be appreciated fully because nothing is permanent, nothing is guaranteed. Every moment of warmth and light and community is borrowed from the vast, cold universe and must be treasured while it lasts. The innkeeper from the tavern is there, standing with others from the mountain path, those who serve travelers, who provide rest and sustenance to wanderers, who keep the traditions alive through practical service, through the simple act of maintaining warm places in cold landscapes. She sees him and raises a cup in salute, in acknowledgement, in shared satisfaction that the journey succeeded, that the warmth continues, that her fires will burn bright for many more seasons because the magic that sustains them has been restored. Children run between the adults, playing games that involve chasing and hiding, and the simple joy of movement in cold air, of energy spent freely, of bodies that haven't yet learned to be tired, to be careful, to moderate their enthusiasm and joy. They shriek with laughter, fall in snow and rise again, build small forts and wage small wars that end in truces and alliances and the constant reformation of teams and sides that characterizes child play, that teaches them, without them knowing they're learning, about cooperation and conflict, about making and breaking agreements, about all the social skills they'll need as they grow into fuller participation in community life. The magical beings are fully visible tonight. No hiding, no dimming, no conservation of energy. They move freely among the humans, participating fully in the celebration. The foxes from the tavern dance in a circle, their tails leaving trails of golden light. The snow rabbits hop in patterns that create symbols in the snow. Old runes, protective marks, blessings written in tracks that the falling snow will eventually erase but whose meaning persists, whose intention remains, whose magic continues to work whether visible or not. Small dragons, 3 of them, emerald and sapphire and ruby-colored, fly in spirals above the fire, breathing tiny flames that add to the light, that create patterns in the smoke, that demonstrate joy through aerial acrobatics, through loops and dives, and the pure pleasure of flight, of movement through 3 dimensions, of freedom from Earth's binding. The hedge sprites have gathered in a cluster, singing in their high voices, not words but pure sound, harmonies that weave and interlock, that create something more beautiful than any individual contribution, that demonstrate how cooperation produces results beyond what any single effort could achieve. Their song is about growth, about spring waiting beneath winter's surface, about patience and faith, and the certainty that cold is temporary, that warmth returns, that life persists through dormancy and emerges again when conditions allow. Musicians play traditional instruments, a fiddle with strings that hum and cry, a drum that provides heartbeat rhythm, a flute whose high notes pierce the cold air like birds calling, like wind singing, like voice raised in joy or sorrow or any of the complex emotions that music can express without needing language, without reducing feeling to words. The music is old. Ancient songs that have been played for so many generations that no one remembers their origin, that no one can say who composed them or when or why. They simply are, simply exist, simply continue because people keep playing them, keep teaching them to young ones, keep preserving them through the act of performance, through choosing again and again to value what came before, to honor ancestors through music, to maintain connection with the past while living fully in the present. The Lupino finds a spot near the fire where he can sit and observe, where he can feel the warmth on his fur, where he can watch the celebration without being its center, without drawing attention. Though of course people see him, of course they acknowledge him, of course they know what he did, but they respect his desire to simply be present without being focal, to participate without being praised, to belong without being separate, to be guardian and also simply fellow being. another. Consciousness sharing this moment, this warmth, this brief victory against the cold. Someone brings him food, a wooden bowl filled with roasted meat and vegetables, a meal made from the winter stores, from the preserved food that will carry the village through until spring, shared freely now in celebration, in thanksgiving, in the traditional understanding that special moments require special generosity, that feast follows fast, that abundance must be expressed when it exists rather than hoarded against future need. He eats slowly, savoring not just the taste but the act itself, the participation in community meal, the shared nourishment that binds those who eat together, that creates obligation and connection, that transforms separate individuals into a group, into a tribe, into something larger than the sum of its parts. As he eats, Morella rises slowly from her chair and moves toward the fire, raising her hands for attention. The music fades, the conversations quiet. The children stop their playing and gather close, sensing that something important is about to happen, that the elder is going to speak, that story time has arrived. Tonight, Morella begins, her voice surprisingly strong for one so ancient, carrying clearly across the square despite its softness. We celebrate not just the star's return, but everything it represents. The persistence of light, the power of determination, the truth that what has been lost can be found if someone cares enough to search, to climb, to walk through darkness toward restoration. She pauses, letting her words settle, letting the crowd absorb them. The guardian among us. She gestures toward the Lupino, but does not name him, respects his privacy even while acknowledging his presence. Walked through the night while we slept, climbed the mountain while we rested in our beds, stood on the summit while we worried below. He did this not for glory or reward, but because it needed doing, because light needed calling home, because sometimes the work of maintaining goodness falls to specific individuals who must carry it alone, who must walk paths others cannot or will not walk. The crowd listens in silence, even the children still and attentive, understanding without fully comprehending, feeling the weight of what's being said even if the full meaning won't arrive until years later, until experience gives them context, until they face their own darkness and remember this night, this story, this example of what it means to persist, to complete difficult tasks, to be the one who walks toward problems rather than away from them. But, Morella continues, the guardian could not have succeeded if we had not kept our own fires burning, if we had not maintained hope, if we had not preserved what magic we could while waiting for restoration. Every candle lit, every kind word spoken, every small act of care and connection. These things sustain the threads that bind us to the larger magic, that keep us connected to forces beyond ourselves, that ensure we remain part of the enchanted world rather than falling into the ordinary, the mechanical, the purely material. She looks around at the gathered villagers, at the magical beings, at the children who will carry these lessons forward into their own lives, into the future when she and the Lupino and all currently living will be memory, will be story, will be the ancestors that future generations honor through music and celebration, and the continuation of traditions they may not fully understand, but wisely choose to preserve. So tonight, she says, we celebrate both, the great work and the small works, the guardian's quest and our own persistence, the dramatic restoration and the quiet maintenance, the mountain climb and the daily candle lighting. All of it matters. all of it contributes. All of it makes possible the gentle world we cherish, the magical existence we choose despite the forces that would make us forget, that would see us settle for less, that would have us accept cold and dark and mere survival when we can have warmth and light and life that means something, that resonates, that connects us to everything beautiful and true and worth preserving. She raises her cup, not alcohol but warm cider, spiced with cinnamon and clove, steaming in the cold air, and the crowd follows her gesture, everyone raising their own drinks, their own cups and mugs and vessels of warmth. To the winter star, Morella says, may it always find its way home when it wanders. To the winter star, the crowd echoes, voices joining, unifying, becoming one sound from many throats. To the guardian, Morella continues, looking directly at the Lupino now, meeting his amber eyes with her own wise gaze. May his path always lead through darkness to light. To the guardian, the crowd responds, and now they do turn to look at him, do acknowledge him directly, and he accepts this with dignity, with the graceful humility that characterizes those who serve well, who never sought recognition but accept it when offered, who understand that sometimes others need to express gratitude, need to acknowledge what was done for them, need to participate in the completion of the story through their own voices, their own recognition, their own transformation. Of action into narrative, into something that can be remembered, shared, passed forward. And to us, Morella says finally, may we continue to choose light over darkness, warmth over cold, community over isolation, magic over mechanism, beauty over mere function, story over statistics, wonder over skepticism, and life, full, rich, meaningful life over mere existence. Oh, to us! The crowd shouts and drinks and cheers, and the music begins again, faster now, more energetic, the celebration shifting from solemn acknowledgement into active joy, into dancing and singing, and the physical expression of happiness, of relief, of gratitude, made manifest through movement and sound. Someone produces a scarf, old, red, faded by sun, and worn by use, but beautiful in its age, valuable because of its history rather than despite it. They approach the Lupino, and with permission granted by his stillness, his acceptance, wrap the scarf gently around his neck, adding to the collar of winter vines and silver bells he already wears. The scarf smells of wood smoke and lavender, of storage in old chests, of being packed away carefully and retrieved for special occasions, of being worn by grandmothers and mothers and now gifted to a guardian, transformed from personal possession into symbolic object, into token of appreciation, into physical manifestation of connection between giver and receiver, between community and protector, between those who stay and tend the home fires and those who venture into darkness on their behalf. The Lupino accepts this gift with grace, understanding its significance, knowing he will wear it not for warmth, he needs no such protection, but for meaning, for connection, for the reminder that he does not walk entirely alone, that his solitary journeys serve others, that his individual efforts ripple outward into community benefit, that guardianship is relationship, not isolation, service rather than separation. The dancing continues, the fire burns, the music plays, the winter star shines overhead, blessing everything below with its cold fire, its promise of continuity, its assurance that this celebration is justified, that the joy is earned, that the warmth will last. Not forever. Nothing lasts forever, but long enough, which is all anyone can ask, all anyone needs, all that makes the effort worthwhile. Children eventually tire and are carried to bed by parents who stay longer, who want to savor this night, who understand that such moments of perfect celebration are rare, are precious, must be fully inhabited while they exist, because tomorrow will bring its own challenges, its own difficulties, its own reasons to worry and work and persist. But tonight is for joy, for gratitude, for the simple pleasure of being together, being warm, being alive in a world where stars return, guardians walk where magic survives, because beings choose it, celebrate it, keep it alive through attention and intention, and the collective decision that life should be more than mere mechanics, should include wonder, should allow for impossibility made manifest, for light that listens when called, for cold that contains warmth, for darkness that serves as canvas for stars to shine upon. The Lupino stays until the fire begins to die, until the children are all gone to bed, until the adults begin to yawn and drift toward their own cottages, until the celebration naturally winds down, not because anyone ends it, but because energy is finite, because even joy eventually needs rest, because the best celebrations know when to conclude, when to release the gathered community back to their individual lives, when to transform from collective experience back into personal memory that each will carry forward in their own way, that will shape them, that will contribute to who they become, what they value, how they live. He rises, nods farewell to those who remain, receives last thanks and well wishes and quiet blessings, and walks back toward the forest edge, toward his resting place, toward the solitude that is his natural state, that allows him to be fully himself, that recharges him for whatever comes next. The red scarf trails behind him slightly, a bright spot of color against his silver blue fur, a visible connection to community, to service rendered and appreciated, to the bonds that persist even when physical presence ends, even when guardian returns to forest and villagers return to homes, even when celebration concludes and ordinary life resumes. Because that's the way of such things. The extraordinary moments fade. The magical experiences become memory. The peak experiences descend back to baseline, but they leave traces, leave effects, leave subtle changes in those who participated, who witnessed, who were present when light returned and stars shone and guardians completed their quests and communities gathered to celebrate not just the victory, but the very fact of continuing, of persisting, of choosing again and again to maintain the gentle world, the kind world, the magical world that requires constant tending, constant attention, constant choice to value and preserve and pass forward to those who come after. The Lupino reaches his sleeping spot, circles 3 times, settles into himself. Above, the winter star burns steady and eternal. Around him, the forest breathes its slow winter breathing. Within him, satisfaction settles deep. Not pride, not ego, not self-congratulation, but the quiet contentment that comes from having done what needed doing, from having walked the path that needed walking, from having been who he is, what he is, the guardian he was made to be across the long centuries of his existence. He sleeps, and his sleep is peaceful, deep, restorative. Tomorrow will bring new days, new challenges, new reasons to walk through darkness toward light. But tonight is complete, is finished, is perfect in its own way, requiring nothing more, nothing less, simply what it is. One quest concluded, one star restored, one light returned to the vast darkness, making the world incrementally brighter, incrementally warmer, incrementally more magical, incrementally more worth preserving, protecting, celebrating, continuing, and that is enough. More than enough. Is everything, really. The fire burns low now, embers glowing deep orange and red, pulsing gently with retained heat, with stored warmth slowly releasing into the cold night air. Snow falls in whispers across the sleeping village, each flake drifting down in its own time, its own rhythm, landing soft on rooftops, on windowsills, on the branches of the great tree in the square where lanterns still flicker, still glow, still hold their small flames against the darkness. The winter star shines steady overhead, its light washing across the world in waves of silver blue, touching everything, blessing everything, the constant promise that even in deepest night, guidance persists, direction exists, light endures. In the forest, trees stand in their ancient stillness, branches heavy with accumulated snow, trunks dark against the white ground, roots deep beneath the frozen earth, holding, supporting, maintaining their patient vigil through another winter night. Wind moves through the pines with a voice like distant singing, like breath, like the slow exhalation of the earth itself, carrying scents of wood smoke and frozen sap, of cold and clarity, of winter in its purest form. Somewhere, a stream moves beneath ice, water flowing dark and swift, refusing to freeze, continuing its eternal journey from mountain heights to distant seas. The sound of its passage barely audible but present, constant, reassuring. Small creatures nest in hidden places, rabbits in burrows lined with dried grass, birds in hollows of old trees, mice in walls of warm cottages, all of them sleeping, breathing, their small hearts beating slow and steady, conserving energy, waiting for morning, for spring, for the continuation of cycles that have turned since time began. The Lupino breathes in rhythm with the night, his form barely visible in the darkness beneath the great oak, silver fur blending with moonlight and snow, chest rising and falling, the peaceful breath of deep sleep, of complete rest, of surrender to safety, to warmth preserved, to the knowledge that for now, for this moment, all is well, all is peaceful, all is exactly as it should be. Candles burn low in cottage windows, their flames steady and hypnotic, small points of gold against the darkness, each one a promise of warmth, of home, of shelter from the cold, of human persistence through the long winter night. The village square is empty now, the celebration ended, the people gone to their beds, but the space holds the memory of gathering, of music, of laughter, of community formed and reformed around fire, around shared food, around the simple act of being together, of choosing connection over isolation, of maintaining the bonds that make life more than mere survival. Snow accumulates in gentle drifts, creating curves and slopes, smoothing sharp edges, transforming the geometric world of human construction into organic shapes, into flowing forms that belong to winter, to nature, to the slow processes that work outside human time, human intention, human control. The winter star casts shadows that barely exist, so subtle they're more suggestion than substance, moving imperceptibly as the earth turns, as the night progresses, as time flows forward in its eternal river, carrying all moments from future through present into past, from possibility through experience into memory. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls, low and haunting, the voice of night itself, of hunting and watchfulness, of eyes that see in darkness, of wings that move in silence, of the predator poetry that balances ecosystems, that keeps populations healthy, that participates in the great dance of life and death and life again. The fire's embers pulse with breath-like rhythm, glowing brighter for a moment, then dimming, then glowing again, as if the fire itself breathes, as if flame possesses life beyond the chemical reaction that sustains it, as if light has consciousness, intention, purpose beyond mere illumination. Frost forms on windows in intricate patterns, ferns and flowers, spirals and stars, geometric impossibilities that crystallize according to laws of physics but create art, create beauty, demonstrate that even mindless process can produce results that move the soul, that inspire wonder, that remind us how thin the line between mechanism and magic truly is. The scarf around the Lupino's neck shifts slightly in a passing breeze, red against silver blue, a spot of color in the monochrome winter night, a visible connection between guardian and community, between service and gratitude, between those who venture forth and those who wait for their return. In the tavern on the mountain path, fires burn through the night, tended by the innkeeper who never fully sleeps, who maintains the beacon of warmth for travelers who might arrive at any hour, who keeps the tradition of hospitality alive through practical action, through the simple decision to keep doors unlocked, keep flames burning, keep welcome constant and available. The lake lies frozen beneath its blanket of embedded starlight, thousands of tiny fragments glowing beneath the ice, creating a constellation map, a heaven reflected in frozen water, a reminder that above and below are connected, that earth and sky participate in the same magic, reflect the same patterns, demonstrate the same truths through different mediums, different forms, different expressions of the same underlying reality. Wind shifts the snow on the great tree's branches, small cascades of white falling, releasing tiny clouds that drift and settle, that redistribute the weight, that prevent accumulation from becoming overwhelming, that demonstrate how even unconscious processes can serve beneficial purposes, can prevent crisis through constant small adjustments, through the wisdom of natural systems that balance without trying, that maintain without planning, that simply work because they've evolved over countless cycles to do exactly what they do. The Lupino's breathing deepens further, his consciousness diving down into the profound rest that magical beings can achieve. The sleep that is not just rest but renewal, not just cessation of activity, but active restoration, rebuilding, the reconstruction of energy and will, and the magical substance that allows such beings to persist across centuries, to maintain themselves against time's erosion, to continue serving, protecting, guarding long after ordinary life would have failed, would have ended, would have surrendered to age and entropy, and the universal tendency toward dissolution. Somewhere, the stream continues flowing beneath its ice ceiling, carrying small particles of stone and soil, gradually reshaping the land through patient erosion, through the steady work of water moving, always moving, never stopping, demonstrating that persistence achieves what force cannot, that gentleness over long duration accomplishes more than violence in brief bursts, that slow processes often prove more powerful than quick ones, more lasting, more significant in the long arc of time. The winter star shines on, eternal and patient, marking its position in the sky, fulfilling its purpose through simple presence, through the decision, made again in each moment, to shine, to give light, to serve as beacon and guide and promise that darkness is not forever, that cold is not permanent, that winter always leads to spring if beings can just persist, can just continue, can just maintain their light through the difficult seasons. And so the night continues, deep and peaceful, cold and beautiful, dark and yet illuminated, a perfect balance of opposites, a demonstration of how apparent contradictions can coexist, can complement each other, can create together something more complete, more true, more real than either pole alone could achieve. The village sleeps, the forest breathes, the guardian rests, the star shines. And the world, this gentle world, this kind world, this magical world, continues its slow turning, its eternal cycle, its patient rotation through darkness and light, through cold and warmth, through winter and spring and summer and autumn and winter again, forever and always. The great wheel turning, the seasons changing, the patterns persisting, life continuing despite all obstacles, all challenges, all reasons to surrender, choosing instead to persist, to endure, to maintain determination through and magic and the simple but profound decision that existence matters, that consciousness is valuable, that light is worth preserving even when darkness presses close, even when cold seems overwhelming, even when the easier path would be to let go, to stop, to surrender to entropy and dissolution. But that surrender does not come tonight, will not come tomorrow, cannot come while guardians walk, while stars remember, while communities gather around fires, while music plays, while stories are told, while children laugh, while beings of all kinds choose connection over isolation, choose warmth over cold, choose light over darkness, choose, again and again and again, to keep the gentle world gentle, to maintain the kind world kind, to preserve the magic that makes life bearable, beautiful, meaningful, worth the effort, worth the struggle, worth every step through cold and darkness, toward restoration, toward light, toward home.